EB in a little more than 45 seconds. You're like that French swimmer winning by 6 seconds.
What did they? I see they postponed the triathlon because they're not letting them go in the Seine.
Yeah, because the river's disgusting, but they're going to do both the men's and women's today. Baby Jules with the silver and Albar with the bronze.
We promise these Olympic previews will end in the next 2 weeks.
Very soon. It could end tomorrow.
So I'm here yesterday, and the girl down the hall that does B, she's in the old 106 PD, and I hear, I'm like, that's Zito. And he says something to her. You know, he goes, you look great. You look like you. And she's always go right to HR, and she stops. I go right to HR. I heard it. I recorded the whole thing.
So Zito is down there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He comes in, he's doing fine. He comes in about once every 10 days, he said.
Oh, really? That often?
Yeah. He works from home. He voice tracks all his stuff for the Tampa station, and then just, I guess he's his APD there and the PD here.
Where does he lives up there, though, right?
Yeah, he lives just the other side, like this side of the Skyway Bridge.
Gotcha. Thank you, Benny.
It's a baseball show, T. Mickey. It's a baseball show.
Well, unfortunately, it's a baseball guest show. I struck out on all my football guest attempts. I was trying to get a Dolphins guest.
Do you want to go with that Super Bowl over under, or who goes to a Super Bowl first?
Yeah.
Out of the 3 quarterbacks that signed?
Yeah.
Tua Love Lawrence?
Yep.
Do we want to be really negative and put none of them ever?
Well, I do think we should give it a time limit.
Well, just which QB gets to a Super Bowl first?
Gotcha.
Two of Trevor Jordan.
Yep.
All right. Poll questions up. Look at this. Holy crap.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Tuesday of July. A lot going on. How's your fever? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. And by fever, Mark's wife means Olympics fever. Do you have it? And how hot is it running? I'm just having some fun with that.
That's good. I'm glad that you are.
That's because I don't have the Olympics on the main TV in my house for 3+ hours every night. All right. So that's why I'm enjoying this while you are 4 days into a 16 or 17 day extravaganza.
Here's the thing. And this is where it's starting to be a problem.
Uh-huh.
And a problem which I can do nothing about.
I was going to say it's a problem for you.
It's a problem for me.
Right.
Because I do have the fever. I go home from work, and the first thing I do is I put the Olympics on. And if something's good on, something as good as that's on in the morning, I watch it live then. My wife works all day. She works very hard. She has a tough job. She has a grueling job. When she comes home from work, she wants to watch what she wants to watch.
Right.
That's the Olympics that I've already watched.
Can you go out and hang out on the lanai? Can you go swimming in your pool and watch a ball game on the TVs outside and just give her space in her room?
Last night I went to bed because there's a lot going on. I have a skin condition going on that's actually a little painful.
Right.
And it's all in my face. My face, I look like the Elephant Man. Literally, the people from one of the other stations yesterday stopped in the hallway. It's the first time they'd seen me in 2 weeks. And she is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. She is truly a wonderful human being. She looked at me and she went, "Oh my God, what's wrong with your face?"
Well, hi.
Yeah. So how are you? And then her core, does it hurt? Like hell. Yes. Feels like someone's taking needles and poking them into my face. Constant repetition. It's lovely. So last night, the face hurt. The wife's watching gymnastics that I already know the results to, that I've already seen, that she's getting very excited about.
Very excited.
And I can't ruin it. And even if she knows. Here's the funny thing, David. She knows how we did. She knows the results and watches it as intently as if she had never seen it before. I can't do that.
You can't say little things like right before, the key guy on the pommel horse. You can't go, "Hey, watch this. This is big." No.
No. And I believe she already knows it. Not to mention, by the time they put that guy on the pommel horse on, it was going to be about 11 o'clock at night.
Right. He
waited all day to go have a historic performance and help the men get a medal, which was very cool.
It was cool.
I have a dilemma because it's either watch and watch again or do nothing in the afternoon and then try to watch the replay at night, which they edit completely differently than the live event that you're watching during the day.
Well, you said you noticed something over the weekend in which they actually had different commentary in the edited version in the evening than what it is they commented as they were doing it live.
They redid Simone Biles. I'm telling you right now, when she did the beam, the gal who was commentating goes, "Oh, now you got to watch how she starts. It's really big how she starts. You can't hop." And she started. Then I watched at night. It was a completely different commentary. I'm going, what the hell happened?
Well, they knew what happened. That's what happened. They're you, Mark. Okay, they're you. You know what you're thinking and feeling in the middle of the day. You're making lunch at the counter. You're watching TV. And then at night, you just want to say, "Hey, watch this here. This is really good." So,
But I'm also not, now it looks as if now I may have to get another subscription. I may have to go back to, a cable service because now baseball's back.
Thursday, baby. Although I will say there is a catch. There's a pretty big catch, actually, that was not widely publicized yesterday in the Comcast Xfinity deal with Bally Sports and the 15 or 16 regional networks. So the deal is that Bally Sports is only back if you buy their most expensive cable package. Whatever it's called, something plus or whatever. If you buy that, Bally's comes with it, quote unquote, free. Yeah, it's not free. You're paying for it. If you're not buying their most expensive cable package, and I have to admit, my bill's pretty up there. Now I've got the super high speed in case of a nuclear event internet so that we can do this show. But I mean, I spend a couple, $2-3 to, make sure I've got it. But if I didn't, you got to pay $20 a month.
And I think that's what I'll just end up doing. It's not going to happen this year because the Rays and Marlins, I don't think, will be in it. I mean, the Rays can continue to surprise me and try to make a run at this wild card. The Marlins are out, but I may have to wait till the $20 as we get closer to hockey season for the Lightning.
Well, I find it hysterical because April 30th is the last time that these regional networks were available on Comcast/Xfinity. Now, think about that. The Marlins season hadn't gone to what yet. It was on its way, but it hadn't officially gone to what yet. And also, Mark, think of all the players for the Rays and Marlins who will no longer be on the Rays and Marlins as of Thursday. So if you went 3 months and it's like, hey, my baseball's back, and you turn on the Rays and Marlins, you're going to be like, well, who the heck are these guys? But in Atlanta and in Minneapolis, St. Paul, they're getting Braves and Twins games again. And that's important because obviously those are 2 playoff teams.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the Braves making a big trade yesterday, or a trade yesterday. I don't know if I'd call it a big trade, but the Braves making a
noteworthy
sizable trade.
Noteworthy. Got a big stick. Jorge Soler, who was World Series MVP for him 3 years ago. Also, Soler was big on the Marlins, helping to lead them to the playoffs last year. He's been a clutch performer. He was a clutch performer even going all the way back with the Royals. And they also got a reliever who was part of the World Series team 3 years ago also. So, yeah, there's a significant deal that the Braves made last night. We'll get to that coming up a little bit, and David Samson will join us coming up at the top of the hour as we get our baseball fix in with the trade deadline literally less than 12 hours away. But it's also big, as we've noted. I mean, we're only 2+ months away from hockey and basketball starting. I mean, we're less than 10 weeks away. I think 10 weeks for hockey and maybe 11 or 12 for the NBA.
Sounds right.
I mean, hockey's early.
They keep pushing
October.
these things up sooner and sooner every year. So
yeah. And yet the season's managed to go later and later. I mean, the hockey season went to June 24th, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's a little late.
Well, that's when it's hockey season in Florida.
That is true.
And they make the best ice in Sunrise.
Oh. But it is significant that because obviously in the major markets where they also have NBA and NHL teams now, in theory, those fans will be able to see, at least in the final year of the regional cable. I mean, I don't know in the new deal, how that's going to affect the regional cable. It's supposed to affect it, but so we'll see. Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Olympics, baseball, NFL. Injuries are starting to happen. Had the Cowboys player over the weekend, first contact drill, Special teams drill at that. Defensive end, torn ACL. He's done for the year. Colts first 11 on 11, padded. Let's get after it. Practice yesterday. Their leading sacker from a year ago blew out his Achilles. He done.
And the Rams cornerback in a non-contact drill already out for the year as well. So that's 3 teams, 3 starters that are done for the year, and we're less than a week into NFL training camps.
And I think in all 3 cases, it was their first padded practice. Oh, no, you're right. In the Rams case, it was non-contact.
Right.
Vikings lost their nickel corner also to a torn ACL. I think it was also non-contact late last week. So it's the nature of the sport, man. It is the nature of the sport. Hey, did you hear don't know if it's going to become a full-fledged doping controversy? Because apparently the IOC and the World Anti-Doping Agency aren't that interested in whether or not athletes are cheating anymore. But there was a time in which as the Olympics started and all of a sudden there was hey, we think there's a doping scandal going on, it'd be a really big story. So the story coming out about the Chinese swimmers today, did you hear about it? Apparently they failed a bunch of tests and the agencies looked the other way. But now that word has gotten out, the Chinese sports group said, yeah, it was tainted hamburgers.
Okay.
Mark,
they have a lot of tainted beef in China. That's all I know, David.
Mark, let me tell you, all right, for a drive-through specialist, for a hamburglar that I am, I want to know where I can get me the hamburgers that are a PED violation. Tell me
Think
where.
of how quickly you could get to a foul ball with those hamburgers.
Let me tell you. Thousands of miles, let me know. I'll book the tickets now. Hell, I'll move. Internet works. We can do the show. So it's a time difference. I'll get up whenever I got to get up. Hamburgers that are a PED violation? Oh, my goodness. This is like the Flintstones literally on steroids, right? This is Brontosaurus burgers tipping over the side of the car. When can we get some of those? Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. David Samson to join us in 40 minutes. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Couple of things to make you aware of. First off, the magic numbers. 2 days away from the Hall of Fame game. That's helmets, that's shoulder pads, that's people getting hurt. They're keeping score and everything. They're going to televise it and everything. 25 days away, Florida State, Georgia Tech, across the pond in Dublin. 32 days away, week 1 of the college football season. That final day of August, and what a big day it is. And 5 weeks Thursday, 37 days away. Ravens and Chiefs, a rematch of the AFC title game. Let's get this party started, otherwise known as the 2024 NFL season. And mark this offseason, the party's already started for the young quarterbacks because they got paid.
Yes, they did. And for some of the younger quarterbacks yet, there's actually legitimate quarterback battles that are going on this year.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a whole lot of that in the NFL.
No, AFC West, we got 2 of them, right?
Right, Denver and the Raiders.
Yeah. We have anywhere else?
I mean, the Vikings kind of, sort of.
Yeah, they don't want it to be a battle. They want to protect JJ. I think Sam Darnold has to play it into a battle by being awful.
And that's really it. I think you've got, I don't think Drake May has a shot with the Patriots. And Pittsburgh's going to have controversy is not the right word, but they're going to have competition. And then Russ is going to get the job.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine Russell Wilson's not going to be the starter. I mean, heck, if he's not going to, quote, win the job, you might as well cut him. But it's true. I mean, compared to years past where basically you knew who the 32 starting quarterbacks were, in this case, I think you could hedge your bet. You know who 27 of them are going to be. You could hedge your bet on 30, and then we'll see what happens with the Broncos and the Raiders. But the young quarterbacks getting paid. That's great. Good for them. Now, which one's going to win first?
Which one's going to really earn the money?
Which one is going to get a ring first? Think about it. 3 of them got paid, the young ones. Tua, Trevor, Jordan.
Hell, which one's just going to get to a Super Bowl first? Get a ring? They had to win that game too?
Well, we all know it because we've all been paying attention. But when you think about how much winning the Green Bay Packers have done in the last 25 years, and they've been to the final game once. And man, have they done a lot of winning. A lot of winning. It's remarkable. It's also how hard it is. And you don't have to tell fans of certain teams who have never been there. And one of those quarterbacks, Trevor, is the quarterback of a team who's never been to the game, never mind won it. Trevor, Tua, Jordan Love. Which quarterback wins the Super Bowl first? See,
sounds like a poll question.
It does sound like a poll question. And in fact, I think it is ours today.
Well, it's close because I just have who's going to get to a Super Bowl first.
Oh,
I can delete it and change it to who wins it. I didn't even put the caveat on that they win the final game. I just want to know which one gets to the final game.
Oh, okay.
Because, David, let me ask you, with all that money, if they get there and lose, does that justify the contract, or does it only justify the contract if you win the final game?
No, it justifies it. It's hard.
Yeah, okay. It's really hard.
It's hard.
2 of them have to deal with this Mahomes character.
Right, which is why, see, that's why I would have had it win the Super Bowl, just because you figure for the rest of this decade, it's easier for Jordan Love to get to a Super Bowl than it is for Trevor or Tua because of that whole Mahomes thing and the strength of the AFC. But as we pointed out literally a minute ago, if it was that easy, with as good as Green Bay's been for a generation and change, you'd have thought they'd have been to the game more than once. Won it in the 96 season, got back in the 97 season. 13 years later, they get to and win the Super Bowl. And now here we are, 13 plus seasons later, haven't been back. I mean, over the last 25 years, Mark, off the top of your head, who's the best franchise in the NFC? I mean, Niners, Eagles, and Packers are your trio, right?
Niners and Green Bay would be the two I would say. And then I'd have to dive in and actually start looking at numbers. But Green Bay's right there.
You know, Andy Reid at the 2000s when he went to, 5 NFC championship games in Philadelphia and went to a Super Bowl. And then, the Eagles bounced around a little bit, but in the last 7-8 years, they've gone to a couple Super Bowls. They've won one. We all know the Niners. I mean, my goodness. How many times have they been to the NFC title game?
That's why I would probably lean Niners, but it's really close.
And by the way, they haven't won the Super Bowl in 30. Steve Young, get the monkey off my back. 30 years ago. All the winning the Niners have done. They've been to the big game 3 times. I think they've been to 8 NFC championship games since they last won the Super Bowl. Maybe more. So the poll question is just get to.
Just get to.
Okay. All right. I'm voting Jordan Love because of that Mahomes guy. He seems to be an impediment. Because last time I checked, Josh Allen hasn't even been to the big game yet. And a lot of people think he's the second best quarterback in the league.
How many AFC? I mean, what do we have? Mahomes, we have Burrow, and we have Rodgers that have been to a Super Bowl. How many other AFC starting quarterbacks have been to a Super Bowl, David? Is that it?
Yeah, Rodgers went to one in Green Bay. Obviously,
Right.
Burrow went to one in Cincinnati. Mahomes has been to 4 of them, won 3. I mean, Flacco's the backup in Indianapolis, so you got to count him.
You do.
And won 1. He's not a starter, but he's still playing in the AFC.
Oh, Russ is in Pittsburgh, and he's been to Super Bowls.
Been to 2, won 1. So what are we at? 5 quarterbacks in the AFC who have been to the big game, and 4 of them who have won it. But I mean, think about it. Josh Allen hasn't been to the big game. Hell, he's only gone to 1 conference title game. How much winning have the Bills done this decade? A lot. Lamar Jackson hasn't been to the big game yet. He's got 2 MVPs. He's got that Peyton Manning thing going on right now. I'm winning my MVPs first. I'll work on the rings second.
And it makes it tough when you start thinking about who you're going to pick to go to the Super Bowl and who you've got to put all these things into consideration. That Lamar's yet to do really to have a playoff run of any substance, where he's been the same guy in the postseason that he is in the regular season.
So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. That's our poll question. Vote accordingly. We would appreciate it. 3 young quarterbacks. They all got paid. Tua, Trevor, and Jordan Love. Which one gets to the Super Bowl first? The starting 5 when we come back, and then David Samson at the top of the hour on Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, not necessarily, DC. First off, what they're hosting the game. And we're not in February yet for the conference title game, but this year I think we are January 30th.
Were you just talking to the chat room? Because I had
Uh-huh.
mic off. Okay.
Yep. Canada relief, the only thing we can say is it's because we don't send our best shooters. But, you know, sorry, Adam. I know you've got, your Minshew love affair. Made a big mistake yesterday. I told my wife I was going to get a haircut. Because usually I just go get one and I don't tell her. And then I wait to see if she ever notices my haircut. She never does. So I came back from getting the haircut, and the first thing she says is, "Hey, like your haircut." I was like, damn. Then I realized I tipped you off.
Yeah, I can't shave or get a haircut with the face.
With the face.
I mean, I probably could, but whenever they, when they comb and start just getting
Right.
aggressive there, I don't really
Right.
want to grab her arm and violently hurt her.
Right. It's all about the face. About the face. No stubble.
He's here all week, folks.
That was awful.
Yes, it was.
Just awful. Man. Gotta do better than that. Come on, man.
You know I'm on your team, Adam. I'm Minshew Mania all the time.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour." That's when David Samson will join us for his weekly visit. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Poll question at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton on X, at Miller_Moulton on X. Please vote. So 3 young QBs got paid. Trevor, Jordan Love, Tua, all making between 53 and 55 million a year beginning next year. Not this year, next year. Extensions kick in. In fact, Trevor may have to wait 2 years for his to kick in. But anyway, young QBs getting paid. Which one makes it to a Super Bowl first? Trevor and the Jags, Tua and the Dolphins, Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. Vote accordingly. We'd appreciate it. Right now, Jordan Love and the Packers seen as getting to the big game before the two guys in the AFC. Right now, it is time for... It is.
Miller and Moulton.
There it
Here's
is.
number 1.
We'll start with the Olympics. U.S. still leading the medal count, but we went goldless yesterday. We won 2 silvers and 6 bronze yesterday. 20 total medals, but we've won 3 gold, 8 silver, 9 bronze so far during 3 full days of competition. The highlight yesterday, you could argue, was a bronze medal, an exciting one at that, for the U.S. men's gymnastics team. First time we've medaled in 16 years. We had to finish on the pommel horse, toughest of the 4 events, our weakest event, and the guys came through in the clutch.
Well, and the guy who just does the pommel horse, that's his only event, sat there for 2.5 hours to compete and was great. I mean, that was a clutch performance.
Listen, you're on the team for one reason. This right here.
Okay,
No,
you're right. How
nope.
many kickers have, you know what? Ask the kicker that missed the kick how that works
Well,
out.
no, that's what I mean. Listen, you have a scholarship for one reason. This 47-yarder right here. Okay? No big deal or anything. You make it, you're a hero. You miss it, you and your family need to move. No big deal or anything. Have fun. Women's hoops. Do you know we're 56-0 since 1992 in women's basketball in these Olympics? I mean, that's pretty good. Japan, by the way, they're really good. And we whooped them by 26. We're looking for our 8th straight gold medal. They don't have anybody taller than 6'1". We just pounded them inside. U.S. women's gymnastics team competition later today. Lots of swimming, as you would expect. Katie Ledecky's got a prelim or two today. But no men's triathlon today.
Why not, David?
Because the river is too polluted to swim in.
And they're just figuring that out now.
Actually, they've known about it for weeks, if not months, but they've looked the other way, thinking that somehow, some way, the problem was going to take care of itself. Now, here's the funny part. Mark, the men's triathlon is postponed today because the river's too polluted. It's rescheduled for tomorrow.
Oh, well,
Mark,
I mean, usually you can clear up pollution in a river in 24 hours.
well, you could if you sent like an army to clean the river. Nobody is noticing anyone associated with the Olympics that's doing anything to clean this river. They're just hanging out going, so you think it'll be clean enough today? No?
Disgusting.
Everybody. All right. Baseball. Trade deadline 6 o'clock today. So a little over 11 hours from now. Rays with another deal last night. They sent Ahmed Rosario back to the Dodgers. He was just there last year. Good, versatile player, very cheap. Remember, I loved this signing during the offseason for the Rays. He's done a good job for him. Right-handed back, can play multiple positions in the infield and outfield. Anyway, Dodgers also worked out a three-way deal with the Cards and the White Sox. LA acquiring Tommy Edman and reliever Michael Kopech. White Sox getting a bunch of prospects. Cardinals made out well in the deal. Brewers added starter Frankie Montas from our Reds, Mark. Looks as if the Reds are trying really hard to make sure we lose that over-under bet.
They've done enough in the first 86 games to make that happen, David.
Yeah, they really have. Houston, they paid a steep price. A lot of people feel that the Astros in this deal with the Blue Jays yesterday gave up the best prospect that's been given up so far. And they got the lefty UC Kikuchi from the Blue Jays. His numbers this year aren't good, but you know, if you dig into the numbers, his hard hit ball rate and his walks to strikeouts, actually, it's one of those. He should be have a much better record in ERA than he does. He's pitched in bad luck. Okay, it happens. It's kind of like 1 year a team wins 1-run games, the next year they lose them. So that's what the Astros think they're acquiring with Kikuchi. Braves, they're not sitting back. They got a bunch of injuries. Dodgers and Braves are looking at one another going, who's more banged up? I don't know, man. Jorge Soler back to the Braves. Remember, they acquired him 3 years ago. He was World Series MVP. And they also got reliever Luke Jackson, both from the Giants. It's funny, the Giants just swept the 4-game series with the Rockies, got within a handful of games of a wild card, and yet they're punting on the season. Which is okay because the Rays are punting on the season and they're 3 back for a playoff spot entering last night. This Jazz Chisholm trademark for 2 days is working out because the Yankees couldn't score runs against a Little League team. And since they've acquired Chisholm, they've scored 22 runs in 2 games. He did hit 2 homers last night in Philadelphia. Oh, by the way, so did Aaron Judge. Judge's 39 homers on the year. I mean, he's got 2 days to get to 40 before August. I mean, that's pretty damn good.
You think?
I mean, he's challenging his 62 home run season.
Right, and they're not pitching to him half the time.
Well, they don't have to.
No, I understand that. I mean,
because Soto's hitting in front of him, and nothing's hitting behind him. Although last night, you know who was hitting behind him? Jazz Chisholm. Also, Chisholm played third base after Gleyber Torres said, I'm not playing third base. I'm a second baseman. Talk about way to win your way into the hearts and minds of the Yankees fans and the organization to say, screw what's in the best interest of the team. I'm a free agent.
I'm a second baseman. I'm a free agent. And it is.
And I know
all I'm saying is he better produce between now and October, David, because they will be all over him.
I know you're getting rid of me. You know you're getting rid of me. And besides, I don't even know if I want to be here anymore. Third base, not a chance. 14-4, Yankees over the Phillies. Well, Mark, the system paid big dividends last night. Orioles won the first game 11-5. You had 30 minutes to bet before the second game started. Toronto won the nightcap 8-4. That's a split, baby. That's what doubleheaders do. Orioles lead in the East is now just a half a game over the Yankees. Red Sox beat Seattle 14-7, but Houston also lost to Pittsburgh 5-3. Skeens went 6 innings, gave up a run, did not figure in the decision. So with Seattle and Houston both losing, they remain tied atop the AL West. By the way, Seattle acquired Justin Turner from the Blue Jays. I like that acquisition for them. Texas doubled up St. Louis 6-3. They also traded pitcher Michael Lorenzen to the Royals. But, Mark, you could argue the highlight of last night's game, it was the makeup. Remember when Joe Buck and Chip Carey tried to do that Cards-Cubs game earlier in the year and it got rained out? So Joe and Chip did the broadcast last night on local television. Texas, St. Louis, Rangers winning 6-3. Joe will now head to Canton for the Football Hall of Fame game. Can't wait to ask him. So what was it like doing 2 different sports in a week again? Been a while, huh? Mark, the White Sox had lost 14 in a row, but they had a 5-2 lead in the 8th against Kansas City.
How'd that work out for him, David?
Well, the Royals scored 2 runs and had the bases loaded, and they had arguably, and I know what I'm about to say, so don't chastise me, arguably the American League MVP at the plate in Bobby Witt Jr. And I know Judge's 39 homers. Bobby Witt Jr. is having an amazing season. Check it out if you haven't. And he hit a slam. That's a 6-run 8th. And Kansas City comes back to beat the White Sox 8-5, and that's 15 straight losses for the Southsiders.
Thank goodness we didn't start betting on them, David.
Nope. They've lost 4 in a row ever since I said, these guys are due to win a game. The Brewers beat the Braves 8-3. Their lead is 7 in the Central over both the Cardinals and the Pirates. That's right. The Pittsburgh Pirates are tied for second. Mark, this is a big win. Arizona was down 8-2 in the 7th. They scored a run in the 7th, a run in the 8th. They're down 8-4 in the 9th at home to the Nats. They scored 5 in the 9th to beat Washington. 9-8. They're just a half a game out of the final playoff spot in the National League.
David, I think if they make the playoffs, you look back at last night as the reason why. I'm not joking. That's one of those games that if you get in to come back like that, that's a monster win for the Diamondbacks.
Mets with 17 hits. They bombed the Twins 15-2. They and the Padres are tied for the final playoff spot, a half a game ahead of Arizona. Guardians doubled up the Tigers 8-4. Cleveland's lead in the Central is 5.5. And our Reds jumped out of last place. They were tied with the Cubs, but then they beat the Cubs 7-1, so they're a game ahead of them now. NFL, Texans defensive end Danico Autry. PEDs, he's suspended 6 games. Colts lose defensive end Samson Ebukam with a torn Achilles. He had 9.5 sacks last year. Probably the strength of the Colts team was their defensive line. That's a big loss. Matthew Judon and the Patriots are yelling at one another at practice.
Yeah. Head coach and player.
GM and player. Head coach telling player, I know you're dressed for practice. You're not practicing. Judon's 31. He's entering the final year of his deal, making $6.5 million a season. I don't know. Sounds like a trade candidate to me. Lamar Jackson back healthy at Ravens practice. He was sick for a week. And finally, Comcast and Xfinity, they've reached a deal with the Valley Sports Channels, and that's 15 regional networks. They've been off as Bally's Comcast since May 1st. They'll be back on Thursday, August 1st. You have to buy the most expensive cable package they offer to get it for, quote, free. If you're not willing to do that, you can pay $20 a month and see your baseball, basketball, and hockey games. So there you have it. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
David Samson in 10 minutes time. We should get a couple good stories out of him. I mean, he did about what? 17, 18 trade deadlines. And actually, there were 2 trade deadlines when he was GM. You had this one, and then a month from now, you had the whole waivers trade deadline. So we should get a couple good stories out of Mr. Samson coming up.
Absolutely. Thinking the same thing this morning. He doesn't sleep anyhow, so he probably didn't sleep for 2 days when a trade deadline was coming.
Right. And I know he doesn't miss it anymore, but I'll bet you he misses today. I'll bet, especially if his team was in it. I'll bet you he misses the 72 hours leading up to the trade deadline.
He seems to be a guy that enjoyed a good trade.
Well, heck, I'm having trouble sleeping at night, and I'm not even a general manager of a team.
Yeah, but your team's back in it, so you're working on trades as you go to bed every night. You're playing GM.
There's no doubt, Mark. There's a couple of prospects that I am willing to give up to get
some
certain
bullpen
guys.
help.
No doubt about it. Brett Beatty, done with you. You're just don't care. Yep, we're trading you as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see. 6 o'clock tonight, 11 hours and 7 minutes left in the trade deadline. And that's it. No other way to help your team unless you pick somebody up off waivers. I don't know. With 2/3 of the league in contention for a playoff spot, seems like it's a big deal to me.
Not a lot of sellers out there, though, so it's going to take your hot prospect. And who was it? Gave up their 6th best prospect yesterday in a deal. That's the highest number prospect I've seen gone. We'll see if anybody goes higher than that today to make a big deal. David Samson is next.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the 2nd highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Morning, David.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Yourself?
Excellent. Thank you.
You watching the Olympics at all?
Bits, but not as much as once the
I'm not.
deadline's over, I think I'm going to be able to watch a little more. I'm going away on Saturday, so I don't know. Not much. You guys? I mean, it's on in the morning.
David's not watching at all. My wife loves this stuff, so I watch with her at night. I watch a little bit during the day. She's all in.
I watched fencing at 5 a.m. because my friend knew the silver medalist.
Okay, yeah, she was from Queens, right? It's from New York.
Yeah,
One
she
was from
trained in
Kentucky, the other
Florida,
was from-
lives in Minneapolis.
Okay.
It was the synchronized female diving.
Oh, synchronized female diving.
Yes. We have to schedule a call, David.
Okay. You just want to talk?
I always like talking. You guys only give me 12 minutes a week. It's hard to survive on that.
Well, the problem is you got that damn nothing personal with David Samson that gets in the way.
Damn straight.
I do like your sport coat, by the way.
Thank you. Good timing for trade deadline day. Although I won't be wearing it tonight. Maybe. See how much fitsing I do in the next 9.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's the final Tuesday of July, and it's 7 a.m. in the East, 6 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. That means one David Samson. He have nothing personal with David Samson, live weekday mornings at 8 a.m. You can follow him on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. By the way, where do you get it again at 10 o'clock in the morning?
On DraftKings Network. So you can watch your entire show, listen to your entire show, and still not miss today's episode of Nothing Personal, recorded live on YouTube at 8 a.m. But for those of your fans, you can watch it at 10 a.m. on the DraftKings Network.
All right. We were joking at your expense a little bit before you came on, in that you're someone who doesn't sleep anyway. And now we have a trade deadline. 48 or 72 hours. How long did you go without sleeping leading into trade deadlines?
So what we were in the office quite a bit, but we'd shut it down after midnight, 1 o'clock, because we would wait for the West Coast teams, for those GMs to shut it down, let's say 10 or 11 o'clock their time. But we'd always have great food, great snacks, great companionship. So it was never hard to do. And the reason why we did it was all about FOMO. We just didn't want to miss anything. And if there were things that we were seeing develop in the market, we just wanted to make sure we were aware of it.
Was it, I've been watching a lot of this Hard Knocks with the Giants and seeing the draft room and the scouts. Was it similar to that? All your scouts, are you all assembled in a room? Are you leaning on your scouts at this point? How much are you doing? How much are you relying on others at this point when the trades are going on, David?
Oh, pretty much you rely on everybody else. So in the room always was the president of baseball operations, the general manager, the assistant general manager, the head of player personnel. Then we had on call the head of scouting, both amateur and pro. And we also had area scouts, which means those who were looking at teams and looking at their systems, pro scouts, actual pro scouts, not just the head of pro scouting. The manager was always on call. The owner was always on call. So that was the time of year when everyone had their phones on. And before really everyone had cell phones, everyone would have to be in a room. But once cell phones happened, we were able to have more people out and about, but just in contact.
We're less than 11 hours until the trade deadline. Did you ever do a deal in which there had been no conversations with this team about any deal of any kind this close to the deadline?
No, because you're in touch. Then we should be fired, because you're in touch with all, with all 29 teams. So prior to today, when you're going into the last day, many of my years, I'd have to go back, guys. Many of my years, the deadline was at midnight. So yeah. I love this 6 p.m. deadline. This is outstanding. I'll tell you what we did do every year is when we had something cooking at the end, which wasn't every year, but when we did have it, we would have the commissioner's office on the phone, because deals that we did always involved money, mostly us getting it, sometimes us giving it, and the commissioner had to approve every deal where over $1 million changes hands. So we would make sure we had the commissioner's office and they had a staff of people ready to go, and the commissioner was always there ready to go, because you have until 6 p.m. to get the information into the commissioner's office, which is why tonight you may not hear about certain things until 6:10 or 6:15, sometimes as late as 6:20 or 6:30, because the commissioner's office is still processing and still considering money moving, but you've gotten the trade to them in time.
Is there a deal that you like? Is there something that's happened already in which Chisholm going to the Yankees? There's something that you said, okay, this changes the way I think about this team.
Well, I think it's absolutely remarkable what the Tampa Rays have done. And I'm not saying that. I'm going to be saying that all day today. It's not because of where you guys are located and who your audience is. They recognize that they want to be good when the stadium opens. They recognize when it's time to close a window and open a window. They have turned players into players and multiple players, and some of the prospects they got today will be on their team in the new stadium. Not all, but some. So they've done an amazing job. This was not going to be their year. It was never going to be their year. They got the stadium approved, and so I view them as already huge winners. The Seattle Mariners getting to Arozarena, that these types of things in helping their offense matters. They're in a race where they're trying to get back to the playoffs, I think second time in 3 years after a huge drought, a ringless organization. Why not? Why not this year? The teams that I'm looking for today that need more, the Yankees can't go win a World Series by adding Jazz. That's just, he had a great game against Philly last night. There's no question, but that's not going to be enough for them. And I think the Red Sox owners are really under the the microscope today, because their season, which was supposed to be mediocre, it turns out is far from mediocre, and that clubhouse could use some help. So I think that I'm looking for them. And then the last thing I'll say is that there'll be 30 team meetings today before the game tonight, because it is a thing with players. It's a tense time. Wives are always calling their husbands, what are we doing? What happened, for those players who you're hearing rumors about. So once the trade deadline comes, we would every time have a team meeting and go ahead and get ready to play.
Question in our Twitch chat room: did the Astros give up too much for Kikuchi yesterday? Isn't that the best prospect that's been traded so far? Didn't they deal it?
So it's funny. We've talked about this, and I will talk about it all day again today. No one, when you look at the evaluations of trades and the trade grades that everyone in the media does, people inside the industry ignore that. It's nice if the media says, "Oh, you got an A," but the person who's in charge of us, our owner, doesn't look at trade grades. Me as a team president, I don't look at trade grades and say, "Oh, you get a bonus. Great job." And the reason I don't is that GMs have to deal with the money issues. If we have to pair payroll or we can add payroll, that I can grade now. But prospects, did Houston give up too much? I'll let you know, because there's no way to know right now. So I always had a problem, and I spoke to a ton of baseball people about this, and the reason they wanted long-term contracts for themselves is they wanted us to be able to grade things they did properly. And you can't grade baseball trades like this at the moment.
So would you be inclined then to always give up the prospects?
You can look at my past. I hated selling. I hated giving up. I always wanted to be within 5 games of a playoff spot. And then we would buy. And yes, we ended up having trades that ended up bad. A lot of trades that ended up bad, but at the time, I go through the reasoning in my mind, and it makes perfect sense what we did. But of course, you hate to get burned. You think the Cubs wanted to throw in Dontrelle Willis in a trade we did with them in 2002. He was a throw-in, literally a throw-in for eye candy, eye wash, just to get another body with a heartbeat, and he ended up being a superstar that would help us win a World Series. So, of course, you don't want that to happen, but sometimes it does.
He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. He records it live weekdays at 8 a.m. And you can follow him on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. We were talking about this last week. There are some famous deals from our childhood, if you will. Like the Red Sox acquired Larry Anderson, and he was instrumental in getting the 1990 Red Sox into the World Series. They gave up a double-A second baseman who had hit 4 home runs.
Was that Jeff Bagwell?
That's Jeff Bagwell. And not only that, they had a first baseman at the majors, and they had Mo Vaughn in AAA. Okay, so we all know how that works out. Anderson's great for 6 weeks. Jeff Bagwell goes to Cooperstown. We all know about Doyle Alexander and John Smoltz. Let me ask you this. Miller and Moulton are of the belief that those were very good deals for the Red Sox and the Tigers, because they made the playoffs when there was no wild card, when 4 teams made the playoffs, and you would make any deal to make the playoffs. As a former guy who made those deals, were those good deals for the Tigers and Red Sox.
At the time they were made, they were fantastic deals. And the fact, so listen, we traded Adrian Gonzalez to get Huguet Urbina. We had Huguet Urbina for a few months, won a ring, and then Adrian Gonzalez had a fantastic career. We've made a ton of wrong choices. Yet every team has. So it bothers me when people point out certain individual trades. I'm associated with so many bad trades. The Cabrera trade, the list goes on and on. People ignore the good trades, but that's okay. But also people ignore what we knew then. And what you know then is all you get. You don't get to be the Monday morning quarterback. You don't get to stand on the podium in Cooperstown and look at Bagwell and say, my God, what could have been? Because you're not going to last long in this career. And there's 30 teams who have made bad trades. There's 30 teams who have players that didn't perform for them who went on to perform for other teams. But to fan bases, they feel as though they're the only team that happens to. We're the farm system for other teams, or we don't develop our players right, or they come to us great and they leave us crappy. All 30 fan bases say that. And that's been going on since the beginning of time. You're building up my frustration level very early on a very long day. But I could go on and on listing teams where I've spoken to GMs and presidents and owners who all believe that the biggest misconception in our sport is that there are certain teams that are feeders for other teams or certain teams that make bad deals when everyone in the industry all knows it's every team.
Except for the Rays, David. Come on. I mean, if the Rays called you right now to offer you something, don't you just hang the phone up?
So that's funny. I'd have to go back and really think about some Rays deals that didn't work out after the fact. But yes, I love tweeting that at David P. Samson on Twitter whenever the Rays make a deal. We had a pretty serious rule. We didn't like trading with the Rays. If they wanted our guy, we would speak to our guys and say, are we sure the way we've evaluated our guy? When they were willing to trade us someone, we would say, wait, are we sure we evaluate that as an acquiring piece? So we always would question ourselves with the Rays.
He's David Samson, the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson. It is weekdays. It is live at 8 a.m., and then you can see it again at 10 a.m. YouTube live, and is it DraftKings at 10?
The DraftKings Network. Yes, thank you. Good plug.
Yeah, thank you. Nice sport code today, by the way. Check him out. Follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. All right. Get your energy drink, buddy. Go to work.
Hey, have a great day. We'll do this again.
David Samson, kind of joined us once again. Little too much angst, I think. Yeah, we went down a bitter road there with David Samson here on Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, you gonna get another gig with Samson?
No, it's about merch.
Oh,
I think that's what he wants.
someone texts, could they have the Olympic events in the Caloosahatchee? And I'm like, the Caloosahatchee is like a natural spring compared to the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently this river is like what, the Cuyahoga in the late 70s?
I think that's degrading the Cuyahoga, David. I'm telling you, I don't think fish can live in this river.
And yet some mayor jumped in it and swam in it like a week or so ago.
Paris, yeah. And the whole city, like they planned on having a dump in the Seine, like where the public, that was the protest. People were all going to poo in the Seine. Or the Seine, whatever.
Listen, it's too dirty today. We're just going to wait till tomorrow. Should be okay. Really? This isn't like morning fog, you know.
We're holding on, Bray. We're holding on for dear life.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll get into some of the deals that have already taken place a little over an hour from now. David Laurila from Fangraphs and Fangraphs.com will join us. Little hardcore baseball talk since the trade deadline is about 10 and a half hours away. Hey, Mark, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Matt Leinart, you know, Big Ten quarterback Matt Leinart.
Watching a little Big Ten Network, were you?
He posted his college football predictions for the year. Who's going to make the playoff? He even went through the playoff.
Okay.
Did it all in like a minute and 10 seconds.
That's well done.
Yeah, edited down and the whole deal. Go to Matt Leinart on X and then you can see it for yourself. So he's got 4 from the SEC, 3 from the Big Ten, 2 from the ACC, and then Notre Dame, Big 12 champ, and the best team for the group of 5. So his conference champions, the 4 buys, are Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, and Utah.
All right.
His group of 5 team is Liberty. Remember, they got the New Year's Day bid last year because they were unbeaten. Of course, they literally played the easiest schedule in college football and didn't lose a game, but they were rewarded for having the donut. I mean, that's a college football tradition unlike any other. Unbeaten, put you through. Yeah, we played Little Sisters of the... Don't care. You beat them 12 times. Congratulations. So Liberty's the group of 5 team.
All right.
He picks Utah to win the Big 12.
I'm with him there, but
because he's got Utah in as, one of the 4. And he thinks Notre Dame qualifies for the playoff.
And I think that's a great pick. I really do. The schedule is not overly difficult. They're a solid team.
In fact, they could be a sleeper. They can't get a top 4 seed, but
they could be playing Utah in that 4-5 game, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. They could be the best team with a home game and then get Utah and then maybe, Notre Dame get to the semis and take their chances from there. All right. So he's got Florida State also making it. 2 from the ACC, Clemson, Florida State. He's got 3 from the Big Ten, Ohio State, Oregon, who he has as the 5 seed because he has them playing Liberty in the first round of the playoff. And he's got Penn State.
All right.
So 4 from the SEC. Obviously, he's got Georgia as a top 4 seed, so he has Georgia winning the SEC. Who are the other 3?
Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss.
Wow. You checking boxes here. Did you see Matt Leinart's little video?
No, I did not.
Okay, yeah. You
don't even follow him on X.
You got that. So to review, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Utah, your top 4 seeds. Oregon would play Liberty. Oregon would win. Ole Miss would play Penn State, and Ole Miss would win, according to Matt Leinart. Notre Dame would play Florida State, and Notre Dame will win. And Bama and Texas will meet, and Texas will win. So in the quarters, Oregon against Utah, he's got Oregon winning. Ole Miss against Ohio State, he's got Ohio State winning. Notre Dame against Clemson, he has Clemson winning.
Be a fun game.
He said Clemson is going to surprise people this year. And Texas against Georgia, he's got Georgia. Ohio State is playing Oregon in one semifinal. Clemson is playing Georgia in the other. So
rematches on both accounts.
Well, and there's a chance that it's the third meeting between Ohio State and Oregon also.
Because they could have played for the Big Ten championship.
Well, think about it. He's got Ohio State as the top 4 seed and Oregon as a 5.
That means they've already played one another. Again.
Well, right. I mean, don't you think that they played it for the Big Ten title and Ohio State won? So he has a third meeting between Ohio State and Oregon with Ohio State winning. He has a second meeting between Clemson and Georgia because they played the season opener against one another. And he has Georgia winning. And he has Ohio State beating Georgia for the Natty.
By the way, just to quickly backtrack on the Liberty part of this, of why he picked Liberty. Liberty has, again, maybe the easiest schedule in the country.
It's embarrassing.
There's one game on this schedule that you look at and you go, okay, maybe at App State. That'll be a tough game for their App State's got a nice program. Other than that, I think they'll be favored, and they might be favored in that game. They'll be favored in every game they play. It's a joke.
It is. And this is where you would like to see, even if Liberty goes 13-0, but if you have an 11-2 Memphis, and you take a look at Memphis's schedule, all right, there's part of me that's like, come on now. It's your job to pick the 12 best teams. All right? Not the 12 best records. Pick the 12 best teams, right? So, anyway, he's got Liberty. It's a solid bet to be the
It really is.
Group of 5 team. So, is there anybody there, like of the teams that he picked, the 4 SEC teams, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Ole Miss, any of those 4 in which you go, I don't know.
Well, I think with Milroe, Alabama's an iffy one to me. New coach, what goes on there? I think LSU's in contention to take one of those spots away from either Alabama or Ole Miss.
Alabama and Georgia, we know the schedules that Alabama and Georgia have had to play here recently. I would argue that their schedules are harder this year than, quote, normal, unquote. And not just because Georgia's playing Clemson in the season opener and Alabama's got an early test at Wisconsin, but just the SEC. I mean, they have to play each other, I believe.
Georgia and Alabama play one another. It's in Alabama. Alabama has to play at LSU, at Oklahoma, at Tennessee, along with at Wisconsin. Those are 4 tough road games.
Right. Like, I'm not going to pick Alabama to make the playoff this year. Okay, Milroe to me is inconsistent. Now, obviously, this year older, what have you, he could be phenomenal. I mean, this coach did wonders with Penix. Penix didn't play like this at Indiana. All right, and look at what he did with them. I mean, Milroe might be the Heisman Trophy winner at Alabama for all we know. But right now, if I had to bet, like if you said to me, better chance Alabama's 11-1 or 9-3, I'd say 9-3. I think that's a schedule. That's a real schedule there. They got to play.
But if you split it, and that's what I think Leinart's counting on, 10-2, that gets them into the postseason.
Correct.
With that schedule, they're 10-2. They're playing football in January.
I will say, there's some SEC Big Ten early September games or even August 31st games that could, Mark, if we think there's going to be 7 playoff teams between the two conferences, the non-conference schedule when they meet each other could be the tiebreaker. As to which
100%. You got the USC LSU game.
you got Alabama, Wisconsin. You got Texas and Michigan. You know,
These all factor into the equation, David. Totally. 100% I'm with you.
And none of the SEC teams play at home, by the way, in those games. That's unusual. Miller
Unusual?
and Moulton. And by unusual, we mean like a double leap year.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, congratulations, Deadstroke. Saw that little post there. That's awesome.
What do we got?
He's a grandfather.
Hey, congratulations. Hmm.
'Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question involving the young quarterbacks once again. 3 of them got paid this offseason. Trevor, Tua, and Jordan Love. Which one gets to a Super Bowl first? Trevor, Tua, or Jordan Love?
Really wanted to be snarky and put that fourth answer on there and say none of the above.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. But when you think about it, Josh Allen's yet to get there. Lamar Jackson's yet to get there. I mean, got a lot of quarterbacks yet to even get to the big game. Speaking of quarterbacks, saw an interesting debate yesterday. I didn't see the debate, but I saw the question which would lead into the debate. And so I would like to throw the question at you. And quite frankly, we've got a guest in an hour, David Laurila, talking baseball. We could debate this for the rest of the week. That's how good I think this question is.
I'm intrigued.
So,
better than your 2-day tease.
Because I forgot what day our anniversary was.
At least it wasn't your big anniversary, David. It was just a show anniversary.
Oh, good God. So, here we go. Let's go back to the 2020 NFL draft. Let's redraft the quarterback position. These were the top 5 quarterbacks in the 2020 NFL draft. 4 in the first round, 1 in the second. Joe Burrow, Tua, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. in that order, by the way. 1, 5, 6. Love went what, like 26? And Hurts went mid-second round. So, here we are. They've all put 4 years on the board. 2 have gotten to Super Bowls, Burrow and Hurts. All right. 2 quarterbacks have yet to win a playoff game, Tua and Herbert. All 5 quarterbacks have taken their team to the playoffs. And all 5 teams have given them contract extensions. They're the guys. They love their picks that they made. Now, what order would you take them in?
Well, I think they got the top guy right. I think we'd all take Burrow 1.
Okay. No argument for me. You know my man crush on Joe Burrow.
Herbert would be 2 for me.
Okay.
And then I'm torn. And then I'm really torn by the next 3. Because I have a soft spot for Tua. Jordan Love's done it for a half a season. And Hurts regressed a little bit last year.
I could argue, though, he's done it for 3 years, though. I mean, he has taken the Eagles to the playoffs.
No. I would probably go Hurts, Tua, Love. And I know I'll get mocked for it because everybody hates Tua. But I would go Hurts, Tua, Love.
So your draft of the quarterbacks in the 2020 class, Burrow would remain 1. You would flip-flop Herbert and Tua.
Yes. And I know Herbert's not won anything yet. I don't blame all of that on him. He's had the worst coaching of any of them in the league. And I don't know how anybody could argue that.
So did you have 2 or 3?
No, I had 2 or 4. I had Hurts 3, 2 or 4, Love 5.
Oh, look at you, little Jalen Hurts love there. So you would go Burrow, Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Jordan Love. Interesting, by the way, bookends in your Oreo cookie there, because Burrow 1 and Love 5 on your list are the 2 guys making 55. The guys in the middle you should really feel sorry for, though. Hurts making 51, Herbert 52.5, and Tua 53.1. I mean, these guys are really going to be offended by how it is we rank them.
Right.
Let me tell you.
At $250 million a year.
Now, I mean, if they were Kevin Durant and they were reading our list, they might get a burner account and they might come after us. But we think these 5 are going to be okay.
How would you rank them, David?
Well, Joe Burrow would be 1. And Jordan Love would be 5. I agree with you there. I do. And listen, I'm honest with my assessment on Jordan Love. I've seen him play 3 times. He's been bad all 3 times. The only clunker he threw in the second half of last season, when everybody's pointing out how wonderful he was, I saw in person. When he got outplayed by Tommy Cutlets and a bad Giants team. So, could the guy please play a good game for me? I think we go to Green Bay right before Christmas this year. Okay? Just come on, Jordan. Bring it, will you? Please. I know I'm supposed to go Herbert. I know, but I'm not a Herbert guy. Now, maybe Harbaugh will turn me into a Herbert guy. Maybe, because I do agree with you, Mark. Brandon Staley was a horrible head coach. Horrible. But,
so are you going Hurts too?
Well, that's just it. What are we trying to win games here? I mean, are we talking about 2 minutes to go, ball on your own 20?
David, here, I'm going to put it right back to you in a way that's going to really tick you off, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of this. I'm going to go deep into the car racing archives and go IROC series on you. All these teams are the same.
Oh, boy.
So insert your quarterback accordingly.
Boy, it would depend on how they're built, though. Like if they're built like the Dolphins, I'd take Tua. I really would. I would. Timing quarterback, throws a very pretty ball, with all those cheetahs on the outside running free. He's a better pocket passer than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts to me is the 4th or 5th best pocket passer of the group. But obviously what Hurts brings, that dimension,
if he brings it again, that's the problem. He wasn't as good at it last year. Now you lose Kelsey at the center position. What's going to happen with the tush push? I don't know. So again, you've got Burrow and Love at 1 and 5. We're looking for 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
The question has not changed.
No. And you went IROC series on me too, which really hits me where I live.
I know.
In so many ways. You old soul, you. That's what you did to me there too. It's the coach and the personnel and the offensive system. I'll go Tua, Hurts, Herbert.
Herbert 4. Are you just of the thought he's a shorts and t-shirt guy and can't get it done with, or do you, because the coaching you admit was bad.
Bad. It was. Listen, with the talent that he's had around him, they should have won a lot more games. And I'm going to blame Brandon Staley as much as possible. Some of it is Justin Herbert, though. I've seen him in person a lot. All right. He doesn't always make the winning play. He makes some great throws, but he also does some stuff in the final 20 minutes of games in which you go, dude, you're supposed to be an elite quarterback?
Is it bad throws or is it Favre-esque of trying to sling it into a spot that in the tight window? What is it that?
It's both, but it's both. I also think he zeroes in on one guy quickly at times. Now, he's had terrific guys to zero in on. He had 2 wide receivers in which you could go to the huddle and just say, I'm throwing it to the right because that guy's the number 1 receiver. Oh, okay.
Well, and Allen caught everything. Everything.
Yeah.
And Williams didn't have a lot of luck with Williams staying healthy. So it'll be interesting to see what they do now, completely revamping that wide receiver room.
But I thought that would be, listen, if you don't feel like working today, all right, and you're on your way to work now, but you want to make it look as if you're busy, redraft the 2020 quarterback class and work on it all day. Do some research even. Spend the whole morning on it. Pretend you're working on a sales proposal or whatever it is you're supposed to be doing. Have something up on the screen so if somebody comes by, but on your phone, make sure that you're looking it up. So the quarterbacks were taken in order 4 years ago. Joe Burrow, Tua, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. And when their contract extensions kick in, they're making 55, 53-1, 52-5, 55, 51.
Right.
Got to admit, it's a pretty damn good draft class. It's not Eli, Rivers and Roethlisberger. It's not obviously 1983. But come on, man. That's pretty good.
It's really good. And could pan out to be even better, David.
Think about the 5 that we did. Wasn't it the very next year? It was Trevor, and then it was some combination of Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and Fields. The 5 quarterbacks there in a row. And look how that worked out. 4 of the 5 aren't with the teams that drafted them. Only one guy got a contract extension. It's the very next year. The first 5 quarterbacks taken. They want 1 for 5, if you will. I mean, you got to argue that the teams here went 5 for 5. I mean, right?
100%.
Even for those of you that think, Tua shouldn't gotten paid, or, they paid too much for this. I mean, when you're getting a second quarterback, when you're the guy for the next 3 to 4 years, which means you're going to have a 7 to 8 year run, except in Love's case where, he sat for the first 3 years. But when basically until you turn 30, you're the quarterback of the team that drafted you. I mean, you got that pick right. So there you go. There's a little exercise. I figure that could waste the morning for you. Or if you've got work you have to get done this morning, go to lunch, and then your day's over.
Spend your afternoon redrafting quarterbacks from the 2020 draft.
Totally.
Okay. I love it.
Just trying
to, giving you new ways to blow off work.
Yeah.
And cheat on your employer with football.
Right.
If you're the employer, then you're just wasting time, and that's fine too.
And you know what? Some of you may have the boss that actually wants to now blow off the rest of their day because they want to do this.
I would love for some of you to go into your boss and say, heard this on a show today. We redrafted the 2020 class of quarterbacks. How would you do it?
Boss, who would you take? Be great.
Where do you factor me in? Am I Joe Burrow or am I Jordan Love?
No, don't do that. Don't do that, because they may think that they're complimenting you by saying you're Jalen Hurts, and you're thinking, hell, I had Hurts 5th. Okay, so no, don't do that. That could work out badly. But yeah, by the way, do it at a staff meeting. If any of you are having a staff meeting today, just save it though. Go near the end of the meeting, in which you haven't spoken, and the boss turns to you and goes, Tony, do you have anything to add? Well, I don't know about add, but I've been pondering. In which you say, listen, I think we've solved a lot of things at this meeting, but there's one thing that's still out there that I need help with. So if you had to redraft the 2020 quarterback class, in what order would you put them in?
We know Joe Burrow still won for everybody, but after that, how would you rank these quarterbacks?
Yeah. And just, see how the meeting goes from there. Just a thought. All depends on the boss here. Make sure you read the room.
Miller and Moulton, you can give us your rankings on these quarterbacks by texting us at 21,000, or you can jump into the Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com, download it, or you can go to any of the places that you download your podcasts to find anything from Miller and Moulton.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000, or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller, or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839, or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Going to have some fun here with a couple of texts we just got.
Good. I thought that might be a conversation starter.
We'll reintroduce it to get people to text their answers, but we had a couple of things that were out on the outliers that were kind of funny.
Okay. By the way, Canada Relief, Clarence Hill and Ed Warder both said, yeah, the rumor's not true. Those who are covering the Cowboys went directly to the Cowboys and they went, yeah, we're not close at all. Okay. I don't know, Feeney. Zeke got paid. The offensive linemen's got paid. Dak got paid. They don't necessarily do it in a timely fashion, but
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
halfway home on this final Tuesday of July. That's if you're in the 239 and the 904, and you get the Diamond District bonus hour, which is 1 hour away. Our final hour in Lake City and Port Charlotte and Venice. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. Well, you know, we find the young quarterbacks who got paid to be a sexy topic. We do. So Jordan Love got paid, Tua got paid, and Trevor Lawrence got paid all this offseason. So which one's going to win first? Which one's going to get to the Super Bowl first? That's our poll question. Go and vote accordingly.
Jordan Love getting the majority of the votes right now, 57% of the vote. Tua getting 22% and Trevor getting 20%. But David asked a question of me and of the audience in our last segment, is if we were to redraft the 2020 quarterback class, how would you draft it? And we also said it's something you could do today to blow off work.
Yes, absolutely. There's got to be 2 to 4 hours at least that you could take care of, making it seem as if you're working, but you're not.
A lot of people texting in similar to this gentleman who said, cheat on my employer with football? Say no more. But then this one I'm more concerned with. Because if you've listened to the show, we have actively been soliciting for advertisers. There's big changes happening to Miller and Moulton. We now own this show effective the end of the week. And this person sent this text, David. I've already given them an answer, but I figured you could give an answer on air as well.
Okay.
Who simply asked, why should I advertise with you when you're trying to get my employees to goof off on my dollars?
Which is why you need us even more, sir, since your employees are not doing their job and not making you money. You need us to make that money for you even more.
I simply told him we will come in and give a speech to his employees as to
Yes.
how good of a boss he is if you choose to sign up. We're for sale now. There's not much Miller and Moulton won't do at this point.
Okay, boss.
Still limit.
Right. Here's the deal, boss. This is how much we're going to service you. All right. We're going to come in and we're going to have a fun morning after the show. And they're going to think you're the greatest boss in the world because, hey, look at this and what have you. And then after lunch, we're going to be the drill sergeants to go, by the way, you've blown off half the day today. You still got to get it done. And besides, you picked Justin Herbert first. You're an idiot. Get to work.
So Moulton's firing people on your behalf, apparently.
Well, I'm applying the pressure.
There's no doubt.
After we eat, of course. I mean, we have to, have some fun and then eat. Then,
break bread and then break heads, huh?
Right. Chop, chop. Let's go. So, redraft the 2020 draft class. In order, it went Burrow, the quarterbacks now. Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. 4 in the first round, Hurts mid-second. They've all gotten contract extensions, all of them between 51 and 55 million. So we're kind of splitting hairs here, right? 2 of the 5 have gone to the Super Bowl. All 5 have taken their team to the playoffs. But, okay. Redraft the 2020 quarterback class. Line them up. Who's where?
And I would have taken Burrow first. I would have taken Justin Herbert second. I would have taken Hurts third, Tua fourth, and Love fifth. David, didn't really change the order a whole hell of a lot.
Well, I was with you on 1 and 5. I went
You went
Herbert
to a second,
4.
right?
I went Hurts second.
Okay, Hurts second to a third. Okay.
Hurts second to a third, and Herbert fourth. Justin Herbert needs to learn how to win. Now, I think his head coach may teach him to do that, and who knows? He may teach him to do it as early as this year. But I do think Justin Herbert has to learn in the NFL late in games how to win.
And I think that will be completely handled by his new head coach.
Okay. Well, he's done it before.
He's done it everywhere he's ever been. The man's never lost. San Diego didn't lose. Stanford didn't lose. Niners didn't lose. Michigan didn't lose.
Is this the second best quarterback he's ever had to work with outside of Andrew Luck at Stanford?
Yes.
I mean, Kaepernick, when Kaepernick...
No. When Kaepernick was doing things that we really hadn't seen much of, he was playing the position incredibly well, but Herbert's much better.
Okay. And Kaepernick, the second half of 2012 and 2013 was pretty damn good.
He was.
So, but he's got himself a quarterback, and he's living in a van down by the river, and he's ready to go.
Now, I don't know who he's going to throw it to.
Right.
But they're going to be a more solid football team this year, even with receivers that aren't close to what they had a year ago.
Did you see him, by the way, at practice over the weekend?
I did not.
Okay. Now, he's like 61, isn't he?
I think that's exactly right.
All right. So he's got guys doing, they're flipping machinery here. He's flipping like a blocking sled. All right. You get up under it and you flip it over. Okay. And then the next person comes and they flip it over. And you keep doing that. So Herbert had his sled that he had to flip over. And, he makes sure he gets under it, good technique. And he struggles a little bit, but he flips that sucker over. And Herbert doesn't know who's behind him in line. It's Harbaugh. So then Harbaugh flips it. And the guys are going nuts.
Of course they are.
They're like, oh my goodness. I mean, I will say it had a Pete Carroll vibe to it. We've seen coaches, not a lot, but we've seen coaches do this before. And I just thought to myself, I go, man, he's a little older than me. I'm pretty sure I can't do that. And by pretty sure, I mean, I'm positive I can't do that. And I'm not a small guy and I'm not weak, but I don't think I can do that. Yeah. Guys are going nuts. Herbert just looked behind him like, what is the hubbub over, us, doing this drill? And he looks, and it's his head coach, and Harbaugh looks at him like, hey, man, I wouldn't tell you to do it if I couldn't do it myself. And Herbert's got that look on his face like, life's a little different.
Right. And it's going to be a little bit of that Spurrier too, because Harbaugh at some point is going to take, no. All right, line up, snap me the ball. Let me show you how this play's supposed to run.
Totally. It's like Gruden running the practice against the Bucs' #1 defense for the Super Bowl and absolutely tearing that defense with 4 Hall of Famers up and scoring on them. And then he goes, will you stop falling for the pump fakes? I'm telling you, that's what Gannon's going to do. And if you fall for them, we're going to lose.
Tell you what, my Chargers are destined to start out 2-0, David. I'm just letting you know that now.
Okay.
Home for Vegas at Carolina. They're going to be 2-0 in the talk of the league at Jim Harbaugh when they head to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. They may lose their next 2, but they're starting out 2-0.
I'm glad, and obviously we have a lot of time because what do we have? 37 days till Ravens Chiefs, and so we're at like 40 days until Chargers Raiders. But for those, like the Raiders, how important is early in the season? Well, the Raiders start with the Harbaugh brothers, and I believe they start with them both on the road. I think the Raiders are at the Chargers. Now, the Raiders will have more fans in the building than the Chargers. And then don't they go to Baltimore?
Exactly.
Yeah. And remember, Ravens will have 3 extra days to prepare for that because they're playing the first game of the year. So, I mean, if you're a Raiders fan, and because, Mark, it's exactly opposite of the Chargers schedule. If the Raiders can somehow start 1-1, get a split against the Harbaugh brothers, then they've got Carolina, correct?
They've got Carolina and then Cleveland. I mean,
but they get them at home, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and listen, the metrics on Deshaun Watson are terrible. I mean, I will say they're terrible. I mean, if you're into analytics and what have you, the analytics on Deshaun Watson are bad. And let's be honest, do we really know if he's any good anymore?
We have no idea.
I mean, he missed a year. He played 6 games 2 years ago because he was suspended for the first part of it. He sits out a year, suspended for 11 of the 17 games for a year. And then last year he played what, 6, 7 games? I mean, the guy's played like 13 out of 49 games. Do we know if he can still play?
You could argue, you could have as many question marks about Watson as you do about Rodgers or Cousins coming off of injuries at their age and the Achilles injuries easily.
I have more about Watson. I am more sold on the other two by far. We just did had a fun little question, what have you. If we did a serious question right now to folks, rate Deshaun Watson on a scale of 1 to 10 as a quarterback. As a quarterback for 2024, not his career as a whole, where he's been a top 5 quarterback, all right, and then a bum, and then injured and inconsistent. No, 2024, grade Deshaun Watson. What do you think you're getting?
How could you give him any more than like a 4 or 5?
I was thinking the highest you could go is a 6.
And I don't know how you could even go that far, David, really and truly based on, what, one good game that he played last year?
And really, it was one good half. No, it was a great half. Beat the Ravens in Baltimore, but about the only good half he's played as the Browns quarterback yet in 3 years. 2 years. Miller and Moulton. Talk a little baseball coming up in 25 minutes. After all, the trade deadline is less than 10 hours away. You know how we feel about one of those.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Apparently a really controversial call, too, in the Coco Gauff loss.
Oh, and
Bud Selig is 90 today.
yeah, she just made it. Vekic did to the semis of Wimbledon, didn't she? A couple weeks ago. It's funny. She was winning, but she wasn't playing well. Goff. She was committing far more errors than winners, and must have caught up with her. We'll say she's still a teenager, isn't she, champion? She 19? No, she's 20.
Yeah, apparently they called a ball out and she didn't swing her racket and the chair overruled it. said it was in and gave the point away, and Goff was going nuts, apparently. Led to a 4-2 break.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, go to that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X, or Miller_Moulton on X, and vote. So the three young quarterbacks who all got paid this offseason. Trevor, Tua, Jordan Love. So which one goes to the Super Bowl first? Vote accordingly. Right now, a little over half of you think it's going to be Jordan Love. He got my vote, not because I'm a fan of his, but because, well, he's in the NFC and there's no Patrick Mahomes there.
If I would have changed the question to how you originally, well, not how you and I got a little confused this morning when I put it up before the show. You wanted it to be who would win a ring first.
Yes, who would win the Super Bowl first.
Yeah, and then I would have had to put D on there, none of the above. That would have been my answer.
Yeah. I mean, we have pointed out Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott. I mean, good quarterbacks. Can debate how good, but good quarterbacks have not even gotten to the game. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott hadn't even been to a conference title game. Tua, Jordan Love, all in that boat. All young, though. When's it going to happen? That's our poll question. Something to remember, the Olympics are going on since 6-hour time difference, so stuff's already happening today. Certain upsets in the pool about certain people not qualifying for the semis and or the finals. But we had an upset on the red clay of Roland Garros, Mark.
Coco Gauff taken down today. A little bit of a controversy. Apparently a ball was called out and then overturned by the chair umpire. Coco had not yet swung her racket, didn't swing when it was out, argued that the point should be replayed. They did not replay it. From everything I'm seeing on X, kind of sounds like Coco Gauff got a raw deal on the call by the people that I follow, but she went down today.
Lost the first set tiebreaker. 9-7 was the tiebreaker, and then fell apart after that bad break and lost the second set 6-2. So the world number 2, I believe, the 20-year-old Coco Gauff, who is also one of our flag bearers, upset in the third round of women's tennis by a young lady, Vekic. I mean, good players. She's ranked like 20th in the world, and she was just a semifinalist at Wimbledon, but there you go. By the way, David Laurila, to talk a little baseball coming up in less than 15 minutes. Chris Perkins is going to join us coming up at the top of the hour for those in the 239 and the 904. Talk about Tua getting paid. Paid. So a little baseball with the trade deadline in 9.5 hours. And then Chris Perkins with, okay, any other business left? And where are the Dolphins now?
Miami right now is the 7th choice in the AFC.
According to
Hard Rock Bets, odds to win the AFC.
So they're a borderline playoff team then?
Yeah. The Chiefs are the odds-on favorite to win the AFC.
That makes sense.
The Ravens are next.
Okay.
The Bengals are third.
Yep.
Tied with the Bills. The Bengals and Bills have the same odds at plus 750. The Texans are next at plus 850. Then the Jets, and then the Dolphins.
So the Dolphins, from a betting odds standpoint, are a third place team in the AFC East.
So, I mean, I just look at that's interesting to me that the Dolphins, who have been now gone to the playoffs a couple times, that they're barely picked to make the playoffs this year.
If by chance the seedings were done by odds, so that means the Chiefs would be the 1, the Ravens the 2, right?
Right.
Now, the Bengals obviously would not be the 3 because they're in the north and they finished behind the Ravens, so they'd be the 5. So then we'd go Bills, Texans, 3-4.
Right.
Okay. So then the Bengals would be 5, the Jets would be 6, and the Dolphins would be 7.
That is correct.
So according to the odds makers today, the Dolphins would sneak into the playoffs and they'd have a first-round matchup in a 2-7 battle in Baltimore against the Ravens.
Good luck.
Yeah, not going to be easy. No doubt about it. Not going to be easy. Also, if you're the Dolphins, you're like, yeah, I'm a little tired. I mean, 2 years ago, we were in the 2-7 game. Last year, we were in the 3-6 game. Kind of like to be hosting one of these suckers. Hate to, belabor the point, but man, oh man, if you'd beaten the Tennessee, what the damage the Tennessee Titans did, Mark, not just to the Dolphins, who, if they don't come back and score 14 points in the final 3 minutes and upset the Dolphins by a point, the Dolphins win the East of the 2 seed. We think they beat Pittsburgh in a 2-7 matchup at home. And even if Mahomes and company come in and beat them, okay. Won the division, won a playoff game, build on it this year, blah, blah, blah. But also, think about what Tennessee did the final week of the year. Remember, Jags going to Nashville, beat the Titans. Jags win the South. And the Jags put back-to-back playoff seasons together, which they have not done very often. And instead, the collapse is complete. Texans whoop them and whoop them up front.
Well, and that was the part heading into the season, because I still have a lot of questions about the Jags O-line, David.
So think about the damage the Tennessee Titans did in the final month of the season. Going on the road, beating the Dolphins, and then whooping the Jags at home.
And you think the Titans will be better this year, don't you? I'm not saying you're not saying they're a playoff team, but you have a little higher expectations of Tennessee than I think most do. If you were to do over-unders, you might take an over.
There's no one picking them for a spot other than 4th place. All right. I want to reiterate how they ended last year with a kid who was just learning how to play the position. Now, in a sense, Mark, they're not going to be as well coached this year. I mean, I'm sorry. The guy they got rid of, to me, was one of the 5 best coaches in the league. However, the offensive coordinator they brought over for the Bengals, Callahan, he brought his dad with him. His dad's one of the 5 best offensive line coaches in the history of football. All right, the Titans, who have had a problem up front, have invested in their offensive line and brought in a coach. Ask Patriot fans about the value of an offensive line coach, i.e. Dante Scarnecchia. So Levis is going to get better line play. And Mark, they've got receivers. Take a look at who they now have. They were counting on that first-round pick from Arkansas to be their number 2 receiver last year. He may not make the roster this year. I mean, go through their 3 wide in Tennessee, who Levis is throwing to. D-Hop.
Calvin Ridley.
And
Boyd.
Yeah. Okay. And think about that. A year ago at this time, they were bringing D-Hop into the fold. They had nobody. Come on now. He's got D-Hop, Ridley, and Boyd. I mean,
and they lost Derrick Henry, but they did get Tony Pollard, which they have a competent running back in there. It's not Derrick Henry. I'm not trying to say that it is.
I mean, I could argue outside of the AFC North, is that the best, quote, last place team in the league, the Titans?
Well, do you think they're better than a 6.5 win team? Because that's the number.
Well, I think they're good enough in which, let me tell you, if they're a fourth place team, then the AFC South is going to be filthy. And yes, Mark, I do think they're over 6.5. I'm not sold on Richardson and the Colts. I like the coach, not sold on the quarterback. David Laurila, we'll talk baseball next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right. Tennessee Titans schedule game.
Okay.
A little fun during the break, unless you have something that you need to get done.
Nope.
At Chicago.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Jets. Green Bay. At Miami. Bye week. Home for Indy.
Okay.
At Buffalo. At Detroit. Home for New England.
Okay. I got them with 3 wins so far.
Okay. At the Chargers.
Okay.
Home for Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
At Houston. At Washington. Home for Jacksonville. Home for Cincinnati. At Indy. At Jacksonville. Home for Houston.
It's not easy.
No, it's not.
But also, it's to point out that the AFC South this year plays the NFC North.
They play the Norths, AFC and NFC.
Right.
I mean, that's a tough draw right there. That's a really tough draw. What I think that means is that there's only one team from the AFC South that's going to make the postseason.
Well, I have the Jags at either 6-6 or 7-7, and then they win their last 3. You know, I think that's the path to 10 for Jacksonville, is to Christmas and beyond, because the Jags schedule's challenging.
Well, yeah.
I thought I worked out the phonetic spelling at Laurila. If it's different, I don't know
All right.
how we're going to handle it, but
I'll call him here in 10 seconds and we'll go from there.
Laurila. That's what I got. By the way, apparently Blake Snell off the market. Giants early in a 16-game stretch against teams with losing records. They're 4-0 because they just swept the Rockies. Smart. Yeah, Canada relief. It's going to be Diggs just for ego. Ego and payroll. Plus 100 catches a year. Yeah, fortunately, what are they? 8 up?
Laurila.
Laurila.
Did you get that?
I did. Thank you. I know, against Wheeler. That is a small ballpark, though. Ball flies out of there, particularly in the summer.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Chris Perkins to talk some Dolphins in the bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. He will join us in a little over 20 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Let's talk some baseball with the trade deadline less than 9.5 hours away. David Laurila, who writes for Fangraphs, fangraphs.com. Follow him on X at David Laurila QA. That's Laurila QA. David, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I just got up about 10 minutes ago. I'm drinking my first cup of coffee, so I think I'm going to warm up as we move along here.
That's fine. Listen, who's done well so far, and who, in your estimation, has 9 hours and 21 minutes to get something done?
Boy, the who is sort of a tough question. We haven't really had a blockbuster yet. I mean, we've had some meaningful trades, but something I think is sneaky good maybe is the Kansas City Royals getting Michael Lorenzen, in part because this is a team like almost everybody, fighting for a wild card spot. And, the Royals have won more games this year than they did all of last year. And they have another starting pitcher. It's actually probably the best hitting pitcher not named, Shohei Ohtani, although that doesn't matter anymore. So, yeah, that's sort of maybe not the answer you expected, but I love that move for Kansas City.
When you look at what Tampa has done, are you surprised that they kind of waved the white flag and said, this is it, our team's not good enough? Or is this just Tampa being Tampa?
You know what? I think that actually is a very smart move. It's funny. I was talking earlier this season. I work out of Boston, and I was at Fenway Park talking to a member of the Rays coaching staff. This was early in the year. And I said to him, you know what? When we make our preseason predictions at Fangraphs, I have the last few years not picked Tampa to make the postseason. I've been thinking, well, the bubble's about to burst. This team has been overachieving. But this year I had to pick them because until things break, I'm going to assume you're going to keep doing it. And of course, now they have not had the season they've been having. They're not going to make the playoffs. Had they snuck in without these trades, they're not good enough to win, the World Series. So I think it was a very smart move for Tampa to do this. You look at last year, Mark, the ownership of the Angels is terrible. And the owner reportedly insisted they weren't going to trade Shohei Ohtani. They were going to push for the playoffs. They kept everybody. And of course, they didn't make the playoffs. And then, all their good players leave as free agents. And now the team, I think sucks is probably the right word for it. And the Rays can't afford, not that they have an Ohtani, obviously, to trade, but, you have to think forward when you're, not one of the best teams.
David Laurila covers Major League Baseball for Fangraphs and Fangraphs.com. Follow him on X, David Laurila, Laurila, David Laurila QA, David Laurila QA. All right, news coming out in the last half hour. So unlike the Rays, the Giants, this is fascinating to me, David. So they trade Soler and Jackson looking as if they're pulling a raise, and yet now they've decided we're holding on to Blake Snell. We got 12 games in a row against teams with losing records. We're only 4 out of the playoffs. We're making a push for it. Well, then why the heck did they make the trade with the Braves?
Well, you know what? I could probably just repeat the exact same thing that I said about, the Angels and Ohtani and being smart. Blake Snell, the Giants should absolutely, positively, and I actually think they are going to trade Blake Snell, despite what they said. I mean, as listeners probably know, Snell, was hurt earlier this year. He was absolutely terrible, but recently he has been as good as any pitcher in baseball. I think his last 4 starts, he's allowed maybe 2 runs over, 25 innings or something.
Yeah, he's given up 8. He's given up 8 hits in his last 24 innings. Right.
Right. So to me, and I think he has an opt-out after this season. But even if they come up with an agreement that he does come back, whomever wants to trade for him, a lot of money, sure, but it's 1 year. I think Blake Snell is the difference maker for a team like, say, maybe, here in my market, the Red Sox. If they can add Snell, for the last 2 months of the season, I think that pushes them into the postseason, which there's huge pressure in a fan base like this to make those type of moves.
Well, that's where I wanted to lead to, is what they should do, because this is a team that was expected to be in last place this year. They've played, the pitching's been terrific. They've had timely hitting, and now they're in the playoff hunt. Do they have the ability to make the moves to maybe even try to steal a division this year?
Well, they're not going to catch Baltimore or New York. I'm pretty certain of that. But do they have the ability to make moves? 100%. One thing we have not seen yet this year in the trade deadline is we haven't had like a top 100 ranked prospect traded. The Red Sox have, I believe, 4. Are they willing to trade one of their quote unquote big 4 in that type of deal? The Snell thing would be tricky because it's a fairly short-term contract there. And of course, they opted not to pay for him as a free agent this year with his, all the money he wanted. But yes, Boston has as much to trade as most teams. Baltimore, of course, has the best farm system, in baseball. They would be a team that I could see trading for Snell.
If you're the Yankees and you're only adding one piece in the next 9 hours and 15 minutes, what does it need to be?
Oh boy, that's a good question. I just saw the Yankees at Fenway this past weekend. Actually, a few of the best baseball games that I've seen live all year. It was the old rivalry, with the packed house and back and forth games. What does that team need? They probably need a first baseman. The young kid Ben Rice is playing there now with Rizzo hurt, and after a hot start, he's not hitting, which is predictable. Being a young player, that's probably it. I mean, the answer for every team, Mark, is pitching. Add a top starting pitcher, but there aren't enough that every team is going to get one. And I don't think the Yankees starting pitching need is, they're more likely, I would think, to get a Flaherty from the Tigers, who I'm pretty certain will be dealt today.
Is Detroit going to deal their left-hander Skubal, or is that a guy that they need to keep?
I think they probably need to keep him. I mean, Skubal should have started the All-Star game. I think he's going to be an All-Star several years running in the future, assuming his arm, elbows keep blowing up, weekly, it almost seems. So it's a risk to keep a starting pitcher when you can get a huge haul for him. But in that division, going forward, the Tigers are going to be a contender. So, I don't think you trade your best, not even best pitcher, your best player.
David, hope the cup of coffee is going down well. Enjoy the rest of your day. Obviously, you'll be working very hard for the next 12 hours. Thanks for spending some time with us.
No, thanks. Love being on anytime.
David Laurila, Fangraphs, fangraphs.com. Follow him on X, David Laurila QA, LaurilaQA. David Laurila, Fangraphs. Listen, I didn't get nearly as geeky as I could have there. I mean, Astros need a first baseman. Pirates could use a corner bat. You got Vladdy Guerrero in Toronto.
Well, what are all the National League? Is there a National League team that makes a move to separate themselves? I mean, the Phillies have been playing, lackluster baseball here the last 10. They're, by record, the best team in the National League. But what National League team makes the next step? Dodgers are banged up. They've added pieces. The Braves have added a piece. Do the Brewers go out and do something? What do you do in the NL to try to take hold of that? Because I don't know if it's anyone's right now.
Well, the Brewers got Freddie Montas from the Reds last night. I think the Brewers are just trying to hold on to the Central. I don't know that they're making the big pitch to try to go win the World Series. Mark, I do think the Dodgers will make a big play in the next 9 hours. I do. It's all about winning the World Series out there. They are getting a lot. Mookie Betts is coming back in the next week. Okay. Buehler and Yamamoto are coming back before the season is over. I mean, the Dodgers are going to get some reinforcements here and some really good ones. All right. I expect a big move from the Dodgers in the next 9 hours and 12 minutes. I'll say this, because the Padres gave up arguably their best prospect to the Marlins in the Arise trade earlier this year. But that's a GM, Mark, who has no trouble trading top prospects, is the Padres. Of all the wild card contenders, Mets, Padres, Diamondbacks, Cardinals, if you will, the Braves have already made deals, but we already think highly of the Braves. Of the teams that are seeded like 5 through 9 in the National League, AJ Preller and the Padres is the guy who will give up the most to go get somebody.
Trade deadline, 6 p.m. today, as we keep our eye on what goes on in the world of baseball.
Listen, you've been a part of organizations before, all right? When the team makes a big deal, like, could you imagine how the room would react in Pittsburgh if the Pirates brought in Vladdy Jr.?
The room would go nuts. David, I worked in the minors, but the one team that I worked for I was lucky enough to watch them win a championship. They made a move at the deadline for a guy who was a gritty goal scorer, worked in minor league hockey, and one guy knew him, and he had a little bit of a rep. And I remember Jeff Medill going, Larry DePalma was the guy's name. Repo Man, they called him, because they say his brain had been repossessed, and they weren't far off. Repo was a scary son of a... And I remember Jeff Medill just said, he'll be no problem, guys. He knows what he's coming here for because we were close to winning and needed that one piece. And that player comes in with a totally different attitude than he's ever had in his career because they come in knowing that they have the opportunity to win a championship. And they know what their problem. Everybody knows what their problems were and what they've been tagged for. And they can put that aside for 2 or 3 months to try to win a championship.
I know the Yankees would prefer to get a left-handed bat. They got Soto, they got Chisholm. I don't know if they can count on anybody else on that side of the plate, where obviously they've got Judge and Stanton came back as of last night. They've got Torres, they've got Volpe that are going to be in the lineup that are all right-handed. I know the Yankees would prefer a left-hand hitting first baseman, but man, I think the Yankees still need another bat. If I'm the Yankees, despite all the pitching, okay, I would actually go. It would cost me far less to get a bat than it would for me to get a Blake Snell type guy.
Boy, do they need the arm, though.
I know.
And you talked about the Dodgers World Series or bust. It's that way every year for the Yankees. So what can't you give up at this point to try to win a World Series?
Well, I agree. Because if you're the Yankees going forward, you may just have Juan Soto for 2 more months. The Yankees, Mark, for 70 years, always thought, well, we can offer the most money. Well, not between the Dodgers and Mets, you can't. You just can't.
You certainly can't guarantee it. You can try.
I mean, your owner's the one talking about the luxury tax and where they are in it. The guy owning the Mets and the corporation owning the Dodgers, they don't talk about that at all. So if you only have 2 more months of Juan Soto, shouldn't you go all in? And by going in, aren't you trying to convince Juan Soto, stay here? Come on, stay here.
There's nothing like playing for the Yankees, and we're going to show you what it's like playing for the Yankees. Right. Wait till you see a postseason in the Bronx.
Right. And don't you want to hit in front of Aaron Judge for the rest of your life? Cashman hasn't made a big monster deal at the deadline in a long time.
Snell's that guy today. That's the big deal that's there to be made, David.
Tell you what, if he's got a 2-hitter going in the 6th in the World Series, the Yankees will leave him in. Too soon?
To go there, didn't you?
Too soon?
Had to go. No, it's not.
Okay. I mean,
no, it's incredibly accurate.
I know everybody thinks Boone's a moron, but I guarantee you this, he'll leave him in the game.
No, I think you're on to something there, David. Depends what, he doesn't have the book, so I don't know, without the book, what can you do?
Right. If Girardi still had the binder, anything was possible. Dadgum good point. Hey, let's switch gears. Let's talk Tua, the Dolphins, and $200 million.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That's a terrific stat, but I like Michigan against Michigan State this year because Michigan State sucks.
Michigan State could be the worst team in the Big Ten this year, though. That's
they are.
That's the problem with that stat.
Chris, all set.
Awesome.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Tuesday of July. The Diamond District bonus hour, if you will, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: the three young QBs who got paid this offseason, Trevor, Tua, Jordan Love, which one's going to the Super Bowl first? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Chris Perkins hopes the answer is Tua, since he covers the Dolphins for a living for the Sun Sentinel. Follow Chris on X at Chris Perk. So what do you think, by the way, Chris? And first off, thanks for your time. Look forward to talking to you on a regular basis throughout the season. If you had to answer that poll question, which one of those young QBs goes to the big game first? Who are you voting for?
Man, Tua has the best weapons around him, right? He is the most ready right now, so I'm going to say Tua. And let me add this. I hope it's this year because I want to party in New Orleans. So I'm going to say it's this year, baby. Let's do it.
All right. If it is the Dolphins, they're going to need exceptional play out of their offensive line for Tua. Do they have the ability to have a very good offensive line this year, Chris?
Well, they can be good enough. You know, here's the thing with the Dolphins. Their system plays to their team's strengths, and their system also covers their team's weaknesses. So if you look at that offensive line, it's not very good man for man, but they have a system in which Tua gets rid of that ball very quickly, and you have receivers that get open very quickly, and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. So this offensive line does not have to maintain its block as long as, say, Jacksonville's offensive line or Buffalo's offensive line. So, you know, the offensive line will be good enough. If they were an offensive line in a different system, I'd say no, they're going to struggle. But this offensive line for this system is good enough. It's not an excuse. It is not a legitimate excuse.
Listen, we know Mike lives to throw the ball, and they're paying a lot of money to those top two wideouts and their quarterback. We get it. But, Chris, don't you think they need to run the ball more? And don't you think the team at the end of his first year and last year when the season was over, I mean, wasn't the team saying to the coach at the end of the year interviews, Coach, we got to run the ball more?
Yeah. And look, here's been always my view of this offense, okay? And this is no offense to anybody. The number one most important person is Tyreek. The number two most important person is Mike McDaniel. The number three most important person is Tua. Everything revolves around Tyreek, right? I've always said that this offense is based on two things, Tyreek Hill and the threat of Tyreek Hill. So Tyreek is number one. Number two, Mike McDaniel. And yes, this gets back to your running thing. The offensive balance is all out of whack, right? It's all Tyreek, and then it's all Jalen Waddle. Then your number three receiver, kind of non-existent. Your number one rusher, whatever. You know, Raheem Mostert, Devon Achane can make plays, but those guys are not as big a part of the offense as they should be. We saw last year, at times when the run game was working well, Mike McDaniel went away from it. I don't blame him. It's tough to go away from throwing to Tyreek or throwing to Jalen Waddle because those guys can score at any time from anywhere on the field. The problem is when you play good teams, and the Dolphins were 1-6 against playoff teams last year, when you play good teams, you need to have offensive balance or they're going to sit on the pass game and keep two safeties deep and they're going to dare you to throw it deep, and you can't do it, and so the offense bogs down in the mud. So, yes, along with running the ball more, you need to throw it to your slot receiver, Odell Beckham, if he's healthy. You need to throw it to your tight end, Jonnu Smith. On 3rd and 1, you need to have a power run game instead of trying to get cute with a little pass, a 2-yard pass. So you need a run game, and you need more physicality, and you need more offensive diversity. And I think that's on Mike McDaniel as a third-year head coach.
Tua gets all the blame for the record against good teams. Should he, or is what you just described the problem? Is it McDaniel, his coaching style against the good teams?
It's everybody against the good teams. Their biggest players don't come through against the big teams, and it's not all Tua. Tua should not get all the blame here. Mike McDaniel does not call clean game. Tyreek Hill has a lot of drops. I wrote about this before the Kansas City playoff game last year. Tyreek has a lot of drops in big games. As much as I love Tyreek, and I was on Tyreek last year to be the MVP before he got that ankle injury against Tennessee, he was going to get 2,000 yards receiving, but he's got to come through more. Your edge rushers, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, who are sidelined right now, but they've got to be better in the big games. Everybody has to be better in the big game. It's an easy and convenient storyline to just pick the quarterback and say he's got to lead them. And Tua does, because he's the quarterback, and in the NFL that makes you a leader. But this goes beyond Tua. This is on offense. This is on defense. This is on coaching. Everybody has got to be better in those big games.
Not many better than Chris Perkins covering the Dolphins. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, and you can read his work at the Sun Sentinel. All right. You mentioned the defense. Usually on paper, you get an experienced, proven defensive coordinator like Fangio who get up and leaves. You figure the Dolphins aren't going to be as good. But isn't it fair to say that his personnel and him didn't agree? He wanted the coach one way, and the veterans on the defense thought, yeah, we're playing the wrong X's and O's, and that the Dolphins think that they'll actually be better off with the less proven coordinator?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I don't know about the last part, but here's the deal. Vic Fangio, NFL guru, I would dare even say legend as far as a defensive coordinator. Last year, he liked to play zone defense. He didn't like to blitz. He kept Jalen Ramsey on one side of the field. Jalen Ramsey wants to be used as a jack of all trades, as a chess piece. So have me shadow receiver, put me in the slot sometimes, put me at safety sometimes. That's how Jalen feels that his talents are best utilized. It's how he's been used at times in the past. It's how he wanted to be used, but Vic Fangio refused to do that. As far as the blitzing, the Dolphins did have a franchise record 56 sacks last year, or 54 sacks, whatever it was. But there were times, like against Tennessee, that they let Will Levis sit back there and pick them apart. They did not blitz, so players wanted to change that. There were just, and players wanted to play more man. So there were just different philosophical things that they didn't agree with Vic Fangio on. But let me say this about Vic. They did have the number 10 defense in the league last year. And you remember Jalen Ramsey, their best defensive player, missed the first 7 games with a knee injury. And then at the back end of the season, you guys remember Chubb goes out with the knee injury. Phillips goes out with the Achilles. Jerome Baker, the linebacker, goes out with the knee injury. Safety Javon Holland is in and out of the lineup with knee injuries. Cornerback Xavier Howard in and out of the lineup with knee injuries. So basically, you got to give Vic Fangio some credit, right? Despite all the griping from the players, you ended up with the number 10 defense in the league. I'm excited about what Anthony Weaver, the new defensive coordinator, brings. He was the former defensive line coach and assistant head coach at Baltimore. He's got we've already seen some exotic scheme things. We've already seen him moving Jalen Ramsey and other players around in the defense. So while I'm not sure they're going to be a top 10 defense and set another franchise record for sacks, I do think they can be a top half of the league defense, 12, 14. I don't know if they're going to be 10 because they did sustain some heavy losses. Christian Wilkins, Andrew Van Ginkel, Jerome Baker, Xavier Howard. They brought in some decent guys, Jordan Poyer and Calais Campbell, but overall, it's wait and see. But I do think that they should be a top half of the league defense.
And with Phillips and Chubb starting the year on the PUP list, getting those guys back, the one good thing you can say, Chris, is that they may be a defense that's better at the end of the season than the beginning of the season, and that's a good thing for Miami.
Correct. And look, when we talk about, the Dolphins overall, one of the big things you just hit on, end of the season, the last 2 years, they're 4-10 in December and January. And yes, injuries have something to do with that. And yes, maybe cold weather. And yes, maybe road games. But you got to set all that stuff aside and just win. Forget all these excuses, just win. So, this defense might be stronger at the end of the season, and that would definitely be a huge, huge help for the team.
Chris, final word, a minute or so. Tua gets paid. Is there any downside to this in the short term for the Dolphins?
No, I don't think so. Look, Tua is the best quarterback for this system. To me, one of the big keys in any sport at any level, you've got to marry player with coach with system. And that's what you've got here with Tua and Mike McDaniel. I'm not saying that Tua is the best quarterback in the NFL, not saying Mike McDaniel is the best coach in the NFL, but they are suited for each other and they should work very well together. So, Tua can lead them to a Super Bowl. Okay. He might not be the reason that you win a Super Bowl. I was in that sense, I view Tua more as a Terry Bradshaw or Russell Wilson, a guy who is there and doing the job as opposed to Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes, right? A guy who actually leads the team there and might be the number one reason that you won the Super Bowl. But make no mistake, you can win a Super Bowl with Tua.
Chris Perkins, he covers the Dolphins and writes about them for the Sun Sentinel. You can follow him on X at Chris Perk. Chris, all the best. Try to stay cool for the month of August, and we'll check in before the season starts.
All right, fellas, let's do it again. Looking forward to it.
Chris Perkins, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Wanted to talk about Tua getting paid and the Dolphins.
I think the fascinating thing about Miami defensively with the new coordinator, with guys that start on injured, is that I do think, what he just talked, 4-10 in December and January. They've got to improve upon that. Their defense should get better as the year goes on.
Why are they 4-10 in December and January? Because up front, they're not good enough. They haven't been good enough. They lose the battle. They can't run the ball. They cannot at the line of scrimmage enforce their will on their opponents. Period. Can't do it.
And I don't know if that'll change this year, David.
Well, then they ain't going to win. Then they're more likely to miss the playoffs than they are to win the AFC East. If you don't think they're any better at the point of attack, how in the world are they going to get better? Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today's the day when in 25 minutes.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton, Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So was it 03 when you beat Anaheim? Is that the one you were there for? Because they beat Dallas on the road. Or was it the first one against Detroit? Oh, wow. Oh, both of them. Wow. Excuse me, Florida Ken, one of my best friends in the world, Bob and his wife Jane, big Devils fans. You know Seth is a big Devils fan. Yeah, I know. I was working for the ABC affiliate, and ABC had the finals then. And yeah, they won a double OT at like 1:30 in the morning. Logic Man, I got one a long time ago, and I gave it to a neighbor. I said, I can't fill this out. It's illegal. You know, Johnny, they should. I think they have an agency. Well, Florida Ken is very random. Yeah, I know. Florida Ken, they send you. Yeah, it's like $1 or $2 they send you with it.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It's a Diamond District bonus hour. The 239 and the 904. Talk Little Dolphins last segment with Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel. He's going to join us weekly throughout the season. We got a Jags correspondent, a Bucks correspondent, a Dolphins correspondent. I mean, that's the plan. We got an NFL correspondent, got a couple of them. Got, Gary Danielson's going to join us more weeks than not. Got David Samson joining us every week. I mean, we got the fall lined up. If we can stay on the air, we got a great fall. Bud Elliott, talk college football weekly. We've got a great lineup.
Now it's just staying on the air, David.
Staying alive. It's all we have to do.
Is CPR on ourselves for the next couple of months.
Yeah, we will crush it. It's all set up, lined up, ready to go. Just got to, I feel like we're that team. We just got to stay healthy. We stay healthy. We've got everything it takes.
Not sure exactly.
Me neither.
Where that accent came from.
I don't
know. And
who
you're coaching, but I think it's the Georgia Southern coach because I think we're running some sort of triple option here.
It was at that Coastal Carolina coach. You know what? Meow. We need more dogs. Okay. But you're right. I went Saturday there. That was not Gruden. That was not.
It wasn't Spurrier. It had a hint of Spurrier, but it was not Spurrier.
Went way past Spurrier. Right. Yep.
And it's just days of thunder. I mean, it's all it is. It's him saying right there, well, if we don't get a sponsor, then we're not going to have a car. And that's where we are right now.
We've
got the driver.
Yep.
We've got the pit crew. We just need the sponsor.
That's all I need. It's like days of thunder. Okay, that's it. We just need a sponsor. That's all. Do you remember? So they let Mike Shula go after the Iron Bowl in 2006. And, they're going to try to hire Saban, but he ain't coming. So they got to have an interim coach, for the bowl game because they went 6-6. So they're going bowling. And now in between, I believe, losing the Iron Bowl and the bowl game, I think they did hire Saban, but they let Joe Kynes, I think he was a linebacker coach, a longtime assistant. All right. He was the interim coach. He gave a halftime interview, impassioned, talking real fast. All right. And that's kind of, what I'm thinking there. It was like a combination of the Coastal Carolina coach at the press conference. And, I thought it was Joe Kynes. Maybe I know his first name started with a J and his last name was Kynes. Thought it was Joe. Okay. And he was all fired up. What we need to do is, and just, that's kind of, all we need to do is stay healthy. We got all the pieces put together. Been working 18 years, 3 acts. We got it all lined up every damn day of the week. We just got to stay healthy, and we need a sponsor. If I can just get the food loaded on the bus, we are going to win. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
That's where you're coming from?
That's where I'm coming
That's
from.
it, huh?
That's I for some reason
with a hint of it, Howard Dean that ran for president and went nuts after.
Come on now, I'm not gonna do that.
Hint. I said with a hint. It is without the scream.
Right. And we're going to Arkansas, and we're going to Minnesota. No, we got them all lined up.
We're going to Franklin, Tennessee.
Right. We want to get to Ocala, Tampa, Orlando. Ha! No, we're not doing that.
In fact, we just did.
Well, we're not doing it. But we are lined up, ready to win.
21,000 is the text line. We've had a lot of football talk today and then around some good baseball conversations.
Yeah. 8.5 hours, baby. Trade deadline.
So how will you follow the trade deadline? Because you love a trade deadline. So after the show, typically, David, I know you're traveling tomorrow. So today, my guess is errand day for one David Moulton, getting all the things done you need to get done. Does that mean MLB radio is nonstop on in the car?
Nonstop. And I absolutely hate the guest, the show that is on right after this show. The coast drives me nuts. All right. But yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm getting in the car. I got stuff to do. Publix, the bank. I got things to do. And I'll be listening to Mike Farron and Jim Duquette. Okay. And Mike Farron won't shut up. It's all about Mike. Mike, you got a former general manager sitting next to you. Can I hear from him? He's actually made a trade. You haven't. But I digress.
And you think the Dodgers are about to make a big move. That's where you expect the move coming from today. Now, they won't get Snell because I don't think they're going to trade for a pitcher, and I don't know if the Giants would do a deal with the Dodgers.
Well, it wouldn't be on the cheap. If you want him, boy, you got to pay.
Right. So that leaves, if Snell gets dealt to someone else, for room for a couple of big deals to be done today.
Yeah, I got to believe that the White Sox blow it up a lot more than they already have. The Rockies have only made one trade, and I know that general manager and that ownership group is very conservative, but come on, man, you're 35 games below 500. I mean, really, what are you holding on to? There's a few more teams out there. Quite frankly, the Marlins, they got the whole bullpen they could trade away. Josh Bell. The Rays have, the Lau. I mean, they got more guys they can trade. Don't kid yourself. Diaz. I mean, they got guys they can trade. Don't think they can't. But I don't know if there's, Vladdy Jr. from Toronto. I don't know Blake Snell from the Giants. I don't know if there's a blockbuster today, Mark. Will the Orioles pay the price? Will they go for it? Because they've got everything it takes to make whatever deal they want.
If you were Toronto, would you trade Vlad?
Yes.
If you were Toronto.
Yes.
Really?
I'd blow that sucker up if I was Toronto. It didn't work. It should have, and for whatever reason, it didn't. Next, yes, blow it up. Bichette, Vladdy, the whole deal. Done.
And I don't think they're going to.
I don't think so either. But I might make them an offer they can't refuse.
I do like that now that people refer to it as the Godfather offer. That's one of the things that's come into the sports vernacular, the Godfather offer. Everybody knows what that means. I do like that that has been thrust into the sports talk radio vernacular.
I don't think the Mets will do it. I don't. They've got actually some decent talent at the top of their farm system. I don't think Stearns will trade it away, not for this team. I think he just wants to contend for the playoff spot, and if they sneak in, great, and if not, that's fine. Don't be surprised, by the way, if the Phillies make more deals. Phillies are trying to win the final game of the year. They ain't just trying to – they're not the Royals and the Mets and what have you. The Phillies are trying to win the final game of the year.
And I don't think they need the blockbuster to do it, but they could use a bullpen arm.
Yeah. I mean, if you're the Phillies, you don't acquire another reliever from the Marlins, reliever from the Rays, and they could use an outfield bat too. Don't kid yourself. And I got to believe, Mark, Cashman and the Yankees does something bold. It's been a long time since he's been bold in season. A game back in the loss column, dude. Come on. Aaron Judge and Juan Soto in their primes. Don't want to sound like Burgess Meredith here, but what are we waiting for? Good, bad, and ugly, and all that stuff is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Deadstroke, we have, and they're on board.
Okay, Logic Man.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kerwin, tentatively scheduled tomorrow. I think he's Bills today, Lions tomorrow on his training camp tours. So Pat Kerwin's a tentative for tomorrow. Seth Everett's a definite for tomorrow. And we'll keep you posted.
And by keeping you posted, that means follow us on X, and we'll put a show lineup together tomorrow morning and let you know who's going to be on.
Right. Anything else we're supposed to do?
No, I mean, well, we'll keep you posted. Made it seem like there'll be, updates throughout the day. We'll give you updates on who the guest list for tomorrow is.
Yeah, that's listening too much to the weather, and coming up later in the news, John will take another look at the forecast. Right. I know. My bad.
Starting 5.
Whoa!
Uh-oh.
It's time for someone to take back.
I was
this
off a
segment,
button.
if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Fired up to get these on the new computer starting here in a couple of days. Make my life a little easier. I think I'll screw up less. Possible. I could screw up more. You never know. The first World Cup was today. The first World Cup final was today in 1930. Uruguay beat Argentina 4-2. 1956, David, "In God We Trust" motto was authorized by the U.S. government.
Yeah, Eisenhower put it on the currency.
Right. We didn't trust God before 1956.
Well, that's one way to interpret it.
The Medicare bill was signed today in 1965, kind of a biggie.
Did you know it was not only Medicare, Medicaid went into effect also. Do you know who the very first person who got a Medicare card?
I do not.
Former President Harry Truman. President Lyndon Johnson honored Truman because Truman, 20 years earlier, had actually proposed some form of universal health care, and Congress said no. So 20 years later, when LBJ was able to get Medicare and Medicaid passed, he honored Truman, brought him to the ceremony, and he had the very first Medicare card in U.S. history.
Today in 1976, the decathlon was held in Montreal, and Bruce Jenner won it with a world record score.
They still going by Bruce?
Well, in 76, he was Bruce Jenner.
I know. Wheaties
I
box and everything.
Right.
Yep.
Today in 1980, J.R. Richards suffered a stroke before a game playing catch, would never pitch again in the majors.
I know.
And in 1991, Metallica released Enter Sandman. Henry Ford, Casey Stengel, and Reggie Roby all born today. Bud Selig is 90. Blues guitarist Buddy Guy is 88. Arnold Schwarzenegger is 77. Hilary Swank is 50. And Hope Solo is 43 years old. What did I miss, David?
Couple two tree things. Wild Thing. Today in 66. Do you know who wrote Wild Thing?
Well, the Trogs, right, is who recorded it. I don't know who wrote it.
Yes, it was written by a New York songwriter. He went by the name of Chip Taylor, but he was born James Voigt. He's the brother of John Voight, uncle of Angelina Jolie. He wrote it.
Huh.
I know. It didn't work for the, what was that again? The Trogs?
The Trogs, I believe.
Right. And eventually it had to make its way, down to, made its way to England, and then it made its way to, other people, and it worked. There you go. But John Voight's brother wrote Wild Thing.
Huh. Look at that.
I know. Blair Witch Project, 25 years ago today, released in theaters. If you were into it, I wasn't. But
I'm not into scary movies, so I certainly wasn't into that one.
I know it's a thing.
I'm a wuss.
So I wanted to mention it. It was a thing.
It was.
Right.
Really weird editing.
And remember the VW, the Beetle?
Yes.
I always wanted one.
You and I both.
Yeah, I always wanted one. Last one rolled off the assembly line 21 years ago today.
Of the original Bug, right?
Correct. The classic
did that.
VW Beetle, right. Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's all I got.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to a 31-year-old California woman, Kanya Sesser. She's a former Paralympic track athlete, a lifelong skateboarder. She was born without legs. She broke a Guinness World Record by skateboarding in a handstand position for nearly 20 seconds. Good enough for me, and good enough to make the good. For the bad, we go to England, where Mary Jacobs has what I consider maybe the worst collection of stuff ever.
Are you saying she's a hoarder?
She's a hoarder of a different kind. She has been collecting bedpans. She owns 163 different bedpans, and she doesn't have room to store them. So she's trying to sell them at auction. So if you want the world's largest collection of bedpans, she's got something for you.
Okay.
She attempted to offload her collection earlier this month, but the tiny toilets failed to attract bidders, David.
The tiny toilets, huh?
Yes. Finally, the ugly. We go to The Rock. Not Alcatraz for most of you listening, particularly those of you in Jacksonville, but in the 239, we know The Rock is Marco Island, where Marco Island Vice Chairman Eric Brieknitz is in a little bit of trouble. You see, at around 2:20 on Friday, he was asleep in his vehicle in a parking garage. According to the police report, he stated he was very tired because he'd been playing tennis earlier in the day and taking a nap in his car. According to witnesses, he was out for about an hour and wouldn't wake up despite people knocking on his window. The bloodshot eyes and smell of booze didn't help him much either. He tried to leave the area, claiming his wife was sick, and told the reporting officer not to be stupid. Well, the officer was stupid and took him to jail for a DUI. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 30th, 2024.
He told the officer, don't be stupid?
Correct. Also told him, don't you have something better to do?
Well, yeah, then deal with you blankety blank. But, man, listen, I probably shouldn't talk. I'm not always the best sweet talker. And by not always, I mean, I think I've been successful 3 times in 58 years. All right. But telling a cop, don't be stupid, is pretty stupid.
Yeah, he did. He didn't go with the do you know who I am, but he did also throw out there. He repeatedly asked to call Tracy to straighten the situation out. Tracy was the Marco Island police chief, Tracy Frazano.
Okay.
He blew a .036.
Oh, so a 0.36 then.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was completely hooked on phonics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They just.
No, he was under 0.036.
Oh, he's 0.04 then? Oh, for goodness
Yeah.
sakes. Keep your mouth shut, dude. Yes, sir. No, sir. It's just sorry, sir. Okay. I didn't realize I was going that fast, sir.
Have you ever admitted that you were going that fast?
Totally. All the time. I've never, one time, whenever I've been pulled over, one time I went, no, you got the wrong guy. No, that was the car next to me. He went flying by me, went in front of the truck. That was not me.
How'd that work?
I didn't, but I got that one I didn't deserve. There was one time I got a ticket. He pulled over the wrong car.
I got popped on the alley once, going pretty fast.
Uh-huh.
And I just picked my son up for the summer. We were driving back across, pretty excited to get him home. And the cop says, do you know how fast you were going? And I said, yeah, pretty fast. And hoping that would, just got, through the whole story. Just got my son at summer. We're spending the summer together. I was excited to get home. And
yep.
No, no luck.
No, there's, listen, they're either in the mood to give warnings or they're in the mood to write tickets. At least with a guy. Maybe a young lady can, I don't know, bat her eyelashes and maybe get a warning. But I don't know. I think within 6 seconds whether or not someone's pulling you over to go, hey, you got to slow down.
Did you pass me when I got pulled over on the way back to the station?
Yes.
We were doing a show at the shootout, and the equipment went kaput.
Was it the shootout? Yes.
I thought it was the shootout.
I thought it was the February senior event.
Okay, but we were at Tiburon.
Yes. Yeah, we were in Naples, and we were supposed to do a show, and the equipment didn't work, and we had to race to get back for the start of the show, and we left late.
And I got popped.
Yes.
And he let me off. I'm like, you can come with me. I told the officer, I'm like, look, you can come with me and write the ticket at the station, but I have to get back and do this radio show. Can you please help me out? And I don't know if he knew who we were. He bought the story, but he let me go. That was the one time I got away with one.
The one thing that I have been told helps, pull over in a place that's very safe for the cop. Okay. Just take a few extra seconds. If you've slowed down and you have a directional on or your flashers on, they know that you're not trying to flee them. But if you can pull into a parking lot, but just go somewhere where it's safe for the cop, that you're showing them that you're worried about their safety. I've been told that makes an impression.
Huh. Good to know. When I've been pulled over, my job is to get over as quickly as possible because I'm fearful that if I drive too long, that they'll think there are bigger problems. I try to get over quickly. It's been a while since I've been pulled over. I don't speed nearly as much as I used to.
Well, that's good. That's good. Marlins and Rays, by the way, in St. Pete tonight, 6:50. Can't see these games till Thursday on Comcast Xfinity. Not yet. Thursday, you got to wait for it. There are some good series involving playoff teams. I mean, Dodgers, Padres, Braves, Brewers, Seattle, Boston, Yankees, Phillies, Twins, Mets. All right. Just going to say it again. The Giants have publicly said they are not trading Blake Snell. They just got done sweeping a 4-game series from the Rockies. They're 2 games below 500, 4 games out of a playoff spot. They play 12 more games in a row against losing teams. Starting with a series tonight, they're home for the A's. Just, we talked about Texas when they had Chicago lined up last week for 4 in a row, and they swept them to get there within a game of 500. Now they faltered from there. This is the Giants' turn to take advantage of the soft spot in the schedule. They say they're not selling anymore. We'll see.
I'd be selling if I was the Giants. Too many teams to overtake, David. Too many teams to overtake.
I agree. Mets and Padres are tied for 5th. So you got Arizona half game out. You got the Pirates like a game or so out.
Cardinals are right there.
Well, Cardinals and Pirates are tied. So if Arizona's 7, Cardinals and Padres are 8, 9. The best that the Giants are right now is 10th. So they got to leapfrog 4. It's only 4 games, but it's 4 teams they got to leapfrog to make the playoffs. So there. Trade deadline, by the way, 8 hours and 8 minutes. So there you go.
Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com and download it. Seth Everett on the show tomorrow. Pat Kerwin tentatively scheduled for tomorrow. Depends how training camp goes.
You asked me, by the way, I am going to be just married to my phone for the next 8 hours and 7 minutes. Married. I will be watching Twitter X all day. All day. And I am going to force MLB Network on TV at right around 5, 6 o'clock on my wife. Get the damn Olympics off. This is important.
It's a trade deadline.
That's darn right, Mark. A baseball trade deadline on top of it. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, the good news is the psychic says my face is going to clear up. The B103 people went to they had their psychic on today and
that's
brought me up to the psychic.
That's We're still
Apparently,
on.
the psychic said I went on a trip recently, which I guess I went to the Keys at the beginning of the month. That's pushing it. And then I had a trauma from another drama is what caused this.
Huh.
Yeah. Speaking more
about,
vague words, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but we're still live, by the way.
Oh, no, we're not.